Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
It's guru time, people. Yes, the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, is back, and we are glad to have the guru with us. Anytime you get to guru, you know it's going to be a good night. That's what we have on this Friday night tonight. Before we bring in the guru, let us say hello to everyone in our chat room, shall we? Race fan in the gold medal position. The gorgeous Diesel Girl takes home the silver with Obi Flat taking home the bronze. Hi, Eris Mauna. Jeffrey DeRuin, where have you been, buddy? Haven't heard from you in like a month and a half. You were supposed to be coming to Vegas. Then you no-showed. Couldn't get a hold of you. I was worried. I was about to send out a search party for you, dude. Yeah, hope you're doing okay. By the way, Jeffrey DeRuin will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Michael Morris, Andrew, Bruce, how you guys doing? Mennonite Abe, Grandpa Holland, the gorgeous Marlena, how are you? All the world's a stage. Welcome to SOR chat. And, he listens on AM 960, on Saga 960. Thank you so much. That's awesome. And John Hinenyoza, how are you? Tony Harris, thank you for coming on in. The gorgeous Cosmic Floor, Mennonite Abe, and Grandpa Holland again. And there's North Alabama Cryptid. Good to have you here. I'm having a bad hair day as well. The lovely Judy of Gaul has returned. Judy will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio. To the right of the studio. Let's move on. Hi, Awesome Man B. The gorgeous Jessica McCreary. Good to have you back. And there's one of our favorite veterans, the former Marine, Black Dragon. Semper Fi to you, my friend. We love you around here. Yeah, look, we got a Semper Fi back. Look at that. Thank you so much. That means a lot from you, man. All right, moving on in roll call, we have Jurassic Joey. Good to have you back. And Grantavius, thank you for joining us. The Lip Blade. Yeah, waxed and ready for the show tonight. Johnny Blaze, good to have you here. Champ Campbell, thanks for coming on in. Stunning Jeanette Sanchez. Welcome back to the show. All right, let's continue on with roll call. There's our man, D. Cohen. It was great talking to you last night, D. Great talking to you. The stunning Cindy is back. Digger Dog, what's happening? And there's Mark and Kevin. Good to see you guys. Holy shit, there he is, everyone. It's Doug Shelby. The Doug Shelby has arrived. Yeah, you don't get that much, but if you see Doug Shelby, the Doug Shelby, he will sign autographs on the street. He totally will. The lovely Lala B, Bigfoot, Michigan Rob, Carfuni Berry, Brown Dwarf. How are you all? The stunning Melissa Nicole. It's been weeks, but we got her back. Stu Gerson, good to see you. And who else is here? The gorgeous Fidgety Aura. And there we go. Now we're all back to normal there. Hi, lovely Nikki in Seattle. Nice to see you. Luscious Jules, Desert Rat. Thank you for coming on in. And Dennis Zuniga, good to have you here. And, the gorgeous Cryptid Huntress. There she is. She'll be on the air tomorrow on Spaced Out Radio. The stunning Kathy Evans. And Awesome Ann Palmer. And Christine, looking lovely tonight. Who else is with us? I'm like in slow motion, man. Holy cow. You know why? It's guru time. That's exactly what it is. It's guru time. I'm pumped up to have Ron here. I totally am. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. All right. Super Chat is open. It's a good way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So, thank you, lovely Jules. I got to turn the on-air sign on right there. The on-air sign is officially on. And Michael Fontaine, good to see you. Dark Winter Wolf. That's a thick cover you got. Thick coat if it's wintertime. Super Chat is open. Give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. Hi, gorgeous Gemini Moon. Nice to see you. And, do some shopping at our store. I was just showing the guru our store. He just cleaned up shopping there. Just cleaned up. He hasn't bought a wardrobe for himself in 15 years until he just went shopping at our store about 20 minutes ago. Let's do this. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. First off, we're going to get in some guru time. As a crypto guru, Ronald Murphy is back. Yeah, you can find all of his books on Amazon. Then in hour number 3, we are going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller is here for you to share some spooky stories with. And, of course, the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson brings us a UFO report. Shirky Poo will have the news. One of my best friends in this field is back with us tonight. And the funny part about it is we've never met except online. It's one of those strange relationships, but Ronald L. Murphy Jr. pretty much got his start right around the same time as we did on Spaced Out Radio about 7.5 years ago. And he was about 4 months into this entire genre when we interviewed him. And we were about 4 months in. Ever since then, we've grown together. We've shared some very private conversations together about the cryptid world and the stories and legends and folklore that go along with it. The one thing, if you've never heard the Crypto Guru, is the way he romanticizes the monsters among us. It is absolutely beautiful. He is a historian, a folklorist, a storyteller, and he is one of the most brilliant writers in the cryptid world today. And you can find all of his books on Amazon. Just go to Ronald L. Murphy Jr. It is always a pleasure to have my friend here, Ronald Murphy, the Crypto Guru. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, Dave, it's a pleasure being here. It seems like, you schedule me to be on the show, and it seems like it's always a year out. But this is like the third or fourth time I've been on in the last calendar year. But we have to get together more often, I think.
Yes, we do. There's not too many people in this world you can get excited for guru time. You know this.
Well, and I will tell you, what you said was absolutely true. It's been 7 years ago. Is that what it's been now? About 7 years ago.
Over 7 years.
I remember you called me up because I wrote my first book. It was called The Unexplained World of the Chestnut Ridge. And you called me up. You were the first show who wanted to interview me for that particular book. And we started chatting And I said, what is your listenership at? And I think you said at the time was right around 500 people, if you can remember, 500 people 7 years
Yeah.
ago. I couldn't wait to be on there. We did the midnight till 3 o'clock in the morning, and it flew by. And but yeah, first show I've ever been on. And after the initial show, I've actually debuted everything that I've written since then on your show.
You know the funny part about it is for me is, and I'm taking credit for this. No offense, I'm going to pat my own back. I'm going to pat my own back here. Is watching the entire North America call you the crypto guru.
That's right.
That and I'm the one who came up with that, calling you the crypto guru. Figured you needed a nickname, and I just love the way you kind of built this romanticism with the creatures that you study and you write about and you research. And I just felt it was a beautiful nickname. And listening to you on other podcasts and radio shows and watching you be getting headlines on banners for conferences that say the crypto guru Ronald Murphy. I absolutely love it.
I do too. Whenever I did a show for the Travel Channel a couple years ago called True Terror with Robert England, the producer actually, the plan was to list me as the cryptid guru on there. But the law department over there, the attorneys at the Travel Channel would not let that go, unfortunately. But I thought that would be such a great homage to Spaced Out Radio if they would have allowed us to do that, but they would not allow us.
That's okay. That's okay. Guru, what have you been up to? I mean, there's been a lot going on in the monster world, and we've lost a number of people like Butch Witkowski this year, and I have a story for you. Like, this is going to blow your mind.
I say we listen to it. I say we get right off the bat with your story.
Okay. Well, there's a psychic lady I have been asked to help out. Okay, I'm going to keep this part a little bit vague. So I'm talking to her on the phone the other day, and she goes, I hate to interrupt. And I don't know her that well. I've only talked to her twice. Okay. And she says to me, I have to interrupt our conversation. There's somebody here who wants to say hello. And I'm like, okay. And she goes, I said, who is it? She goes, I don't know. He won't tell me his name, but it's a he. And he's kind of cranky. And he doesn't have any hair. He has very little hair on the top of his head. And I said, well, and it just wasn't cluing in. And I said, well, she goes, well, did you lose a family member that looked like? I'm like, no, I mean, it's not my grandfather's. It's not my uncle. It's not my nephew. I'm going through the Rolodex here. And then she says, I said, well, does it have to do with family, or does it have to do with radio? And she goes, I think it's more radio, but it feels like he considered you family. And that's where it kicked in. And I'm like, I said, that cranky son of a bitch, Butch. I said, you son of a, bee, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, hey, so who the hell do you think because I know he's listening. So who the hell do you think you are dying on us right now? We had a show to do. And you know what? It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And apparently, according to her, he comes around here and listens to the show all the time. And I'm happy with that.
Sounds just like Butch. I got a chance to meet him on a couple of occasions. And he was always, he had a rough exterior, but the guy had that proverbial heart of gold. As soon as you were in the room with him, you were immediately his friend. He would talk with you, not only about the paranormal, but he would just talk with you because he was one of these gregarious individuals who simply wanted to be your friend and talk to you. He's going to be missed by everybody without a doubt. And I remember hearing his passing from you, as a matter of fact, from this show, whenever you announced it. And it felt as if a very important part of our field was excised from us. He had been doing things that a few researchers had been doing, and he was also one of these great individuals that would share his information, which very few people do nowadays. He was very willing to put his theories out there, to debate them, and just a real honest, genuine individual. And I think the little round table you had on him after his passing was such a great memorial to him. And there's no reason why he wouldn't be listening in, because I think that he would probably be here to complain about some people, but
yeah.
also to give his
Oh, yeah.
input as well too.
My most beautiful memory of Butch actually comes from our artist. We have an artist. We call him Dirty Filth around here, and he sent me this. He draws cartoons, and this one really hits me. Even holding it in my hand, I get a little choked up, because he used to do all of these cartoons, because I would always try and rile Butch up for the show. And I would try and figure out something. Like, I would literally call up Butch before showtime, and I would say, Butch, what's pissing you off today? Right? I got to find something that's going to piss you off, make you go ballistic. So Filth would always do up a cartoon for these. Okay. Or how Butch had these one-liners that he would use, and he did a bunch of cartoons. But this one here, it really hit me, and I keep it right beside. I wish, due to the lighting in the studio, we could see it a little bit more accurately. But what it says is, I'll describe it for our radio fans. It's a moonlit night with stars in the sky. There's a UFO with a beam going down, and it's Butch with a suitcase going up, and it says, "See you later, Dave. Catch you on the flip side." And I will tell you, this one hits me so hard each and every time I think about it, because he was a man, he was a myth, he was a cranky curmudgeon, but he was a bloody legend.
It was.
And I absolutely love this. This is one of my greatest prizes that I have in my studio, and I'll hang that up later. But it's you know what? It really goes to show that people like him, Stan Gordon, and others, Lon Strickler, you could put in that category, David Weatherly, yourself, I think you can now include yourself in there, have really paved the way for all of these great stories, Ron, that have been told, the monsters that have been chased, the time that has been put in the field. You guys are living, breathing this every single day.
Well, we all stand upon the shoulders of giants, and I think it's fitting that we bring people like Butch into the conversation at the outset, and Stan Gordon as well. I just spoke to Stan today, as a matter of fact, and he was giving me a rundown of some reports from the Chestnut Ridge area, so we could discuss them on your show tonight. I remember as a kid, in elementary school, listening to Stan Gordon on the radio and going to see him talk about Bigfoot. As an elementary, we're going back 45 years here, and he's been going nonstop. And he still takes the time to talk to me, just as he did whenever I was in, first and second grade, coming up to him, asking questions. These are true individuals whose passion for the field really speaks volumes of the kind of people that they are. I will ever be indebted to Stan. Without Stan, we probably wouldn't be here talking nowadays. He opened this up for everybody. He took a very a peripheral type of a study, this kind of very limited genre, and he kind of expanded it so people with intelligence can talk about it. And he's still active even to this day, a very busy gentleman. But without these people, without these shoulders to stand on, I wouldn't have written a book. I wouldn't be here talking with you today. I would be doing something very boring. So I really do thank all these people, and you too, Dave. I mean, look at it this way: you have definitely earned your stripes as well too. And so, if we're going to be patting people on the back, we've got to pat you on the back as well too, because you've opened this field up to a lot of people as well.
Well, you know what? It's give and take. When you get good storytellers like yourself out there, it makes it easy for me. I'm just the phone call man. I'm just the guy who provides the airtime. You're the guy who is providing all of the great stories that come along. And speaking of great stories, let's go way back in time, because one story that everybody brings up, doesn't matter whether it's Butch or Lon Strickler or the legendary Stan Gordon, and even yourself.
Mhm.
And that is all of these monsters that seem to live in the Chestnut Ridge. What
Yeah.
makes the Chestnut Ridge so special?
That's a great question. Seth Breedlove, who is the producer and director of Small Town Monsters, he is actually on his second installment on the Chestnut Ridge. And if you would think about all the places around the world that you could go to, I don't think a lot of people would consider the Chestnut Ridge would be one of these hotbeds of paranormal activity, but indeed it is. Ever since the 1970s, even before it was getting any kind of national acclaim, it was still being called the Twilight Zone of Western Pennsylvania, because so many strange things happened there. Now, as a researcher who has studied a lot of these different facets of these kind of paranormal hotspots around the world, I think a few things come into play. I think one of the things that is unique to this area, but also unique to these other areas as well, is the geographical makeup of the area. We are very rich in limestone. We're very rich in certain types of sedimentary rock. And if you would look at places in New England that has a lot of UFO sightings, they're very rich in granite. And a lot of these places around the world that have these paranormal, almost this focusing of paranormal energy, it seems to be related to the type of landscape in which these particular locations find themselves in. I think it's unique. I think it's a perfect storm here. We could talk about things like ley lines and certain types of energy portals within the Earth itself, which I firmly believe in as a researcher. But I think whenever we come to this part of Appalachia and this part of the world, I think that this is just a hotspot because we have so many things that come into play. The geography, as I've said, we have abundance of water in this area as well too. Which is indicative to a lot of things such as hauntings. And we have a lot of man-made sources of power as well. Electrical lines, railroad tracks going through. So all these kind of things give an energy to a place. And from that energy, that kind of stored battery, it is my opinion that certain types of entities can tap into that and manifest themselves easier than other places around the world.
So that area, considering the environment and the way it's set up, I mean, hey, geographically speaking, it is the perfect storm
Mhm.
for these creatures. Now, what is hiding there? What has
Mhm.
been seen in the Chestnut Ridge?
Well, so going back before even Bigfoot, the term Bigfoot was coined, back actually into the 1880s, we've had wild man sightings there, which would be before Bigfoot became part of our vernacular. That would be the way that they would describe something that was hair covered and bipedal. This was the area of the wild man. In the 1950s, Stan Gordon took reports about teenagers that would go to these remote locations of the Chestnut Ridge and being chased out by gorillas, for lack of a better term. But not only that, not only the Bigfoot, which seems to be ubiquitous in this area, but we also have a degree of hauntings like no other place. Very, very focused. We have UFO sightings, truly like no other place. UFO sightings that are probably as numerous as in the Hudson Valley area, which is to say a lot. We've also had Dogman sightings. You know, the idea of the werewolf sighting is also very frequent around here. We also have black cat sightings and mountain lion sightings, and we have all this great kind of folklore and legends that come through this area. And of course, my kind of specialty or my kind of um, focus as of late has been on the world of the Fae, on elementals, and in more recent times, more recent reports, people are reporting fairies as well too. So I think that we are coming to an idea in this particular area that there's a gray area in the paranormal, and to be a Bigfoot investigator or to be a ghost hunter or to be a ufologist might not be all that you need to do. You might almost have to become a generalist. I think that these things are all intertwined in some way, and that makes it for a very interesting investigation, in my opinion, because we really don't know what we're dealing with. After people have been out in the field now for sometimes 50 years, looking for these things, we're still no further ahead in getting the definitive answer to these questions.
Do you think that these monsters, these fairies, these puckwedgies, and all other sorts of mysterious creatures that are running around the Chestnut Ridge, do you think that they even know humanity is alive?
See, that's a good question. So the way I look at it is, if these things are out there and they are part of our environment, then they necessarily have to know that they're out there, that we're out there. And not only do they have to know that we're out there, they also have to be self-aware and know that their survival depends upon their distance away from us. I think that what we call fairies and what we call elementals is something that's intrinsic to the world around us. I think that these kind of intelligent spirits, these intelligent beings, these intelligent entities are all over the world. And now, because of the expansion of the human race, they become, almost in little pockets here and there. But I think that there is a necessary interaction between us and the world of the Fae. I've said this before on your show. Whenever somebody experiences something, it's almost as if there is an unwritten contract between the experiencer and that which is manifesting itself to that person. It seems as if it's almost a gift. Somebody can receive it, and other people who would not know what to do with it simply do not have that provided to them. So I think that this is a step forward in knowing that these things not only know about us, but maybe can sense something deeper in ourselves that we ourselves cannot even grasp.
Well, we got under a minute to go here with the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, before we got to go to break at the bottom of the hour. The Chestnut Ridge, is it dangerous or is it folklorish?
I live within sight. The majority of my life, I've lived in sight of the Chestnut Ridge itself. And weekly, I do investigations in and around the Chestnut Ridge. And I will tell you that I've been on that ridge in places where I've been many, many times, and I felt an unbelievable dread come over me. And I think that we have that little piece in us that is not completely atrophied out of existence. That flight or fight response that goes back to our time when we were still in the savannah struggling for a livelihood in this world. Something tells us, something still whispers us into our ear that we are in a domain in which we do not belong. And that domain exists, I firmly believe, in the Chestnut Ridge to this day.
The crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, he's going to get into some monster stories when we return on Spaced Out Radio. And we love it when he starts telling the stories of the monsters among us. Ronald L. Murphy Jr., you can find all of his books on Amazon. You want them for your collection. Spaced Out Radio is next. Hot damn, that's good guru time right there.
That's good. I'm trying to keep up with the comments. People are coming hot and heavy out of those comments.
Well, they like their guru, man.
Yeah.
They like their guru. What can you say?
Yeah. You have so many loyal listeners, though. I am truly, truly amazed.
They're amazing. They're amazing. And you know what, Ron? I will say this, dude. And I have no problem saying this in front of my audience. They're smarter than me. They're better than me. I just know how to talk on a microphone. All right. And but they are brilliant. They ask some incredible questions, and I'm just glad I have a platform to share with them.
Absolutely. I've said this from the very first time I was on your show. And, I said I've never seen a more intelligent group of people coming together because they ask such pertinent questions. And now, I've told you this before, after being on things like, all the big shows, I really love coming back here. Because these guys are still the best in the business, and I will tell anybody that, and I've told many people that before.
Right, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're definitely not passive listeners.
No, they want their questions answered.
That's right.
You do, and that's good. That's very.
I appeared on Coast to Coast very shortly after appearing on your show for the first time. And I was blown away by the quality of Spaced Out Radio and its listeners.
Not to shake down Coast, but they are so big that they're a machine. We're still a hamlet, okay? They're a machine. So I can't really fault them too much, but it's just the way it is.
It is.
Oh, you prick. Come on, you jerk. No. And for some reason, this damn thing never sits straight. Never sits straight. Pepe H, how you doing? Guru time. Who doesn't like a little guru time in their life?
I'll tell you, I go back here and I read the comments after you post up onto YouTube. There are people out there that give me some shade, Dave.
No. The Michael Leger is here. The Michael Leger. I think you need to grow one of them thicker mustaches so that way you can wax it. Go perfect with that beard.
I might have to try that. I was thinking about maybe possibly going with just the vest and nothing underneath it, and having a huge Star of David, just kind of like hanging on my hairy chest, even though I'm not Jewish. I thought that might be a good look.
We could shave it in.
No, that would be interesting.
That man, welcome to SOR chat. Welcome. It's awesome. We got to just over a minute here, brother.
Sweet.
Yes.
Paranormal Pixie. I love that name.
That's lovely, Laura.
And this is the first show I've ever discussed the idea of elementals. I mean, there for a while. That's all that you and I were discussing. And I think that really brought it kind of the forefront because nobody was ever talking about those things.
Hi, my favorite YouTuber. How you doing? Welcome back. Anybody else am I missing here? Let's let's see here. Manuel Silva, how are you, buddy? Good to have you here. Guru, we have about 27 seconds. Big thank you to Cat Chaser for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much, Cat Chaser. Thank you to everybody who has given us a thumbs up, thumbs down. And if you're new here, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. Magnus Zerum, how are you? High River Dogma, here we go. Second half hour is underway now on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for tuning us in. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It's Crypto Guru Night here on the mighty SOR as Ronald L. Murphy Jr., otherwise known as the Crypto Guru, hanging out with us, telling us some great monster stories from his collection of research. You can find all of his books at Amazon.com under Ronald L. Murphy Jr. Thank you, Guru, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure, Dave.
All right, let's get into the elementals that are running around the Chestnut Ridge in that area. What is an elemental? And tell us a story about them.
All right, so an elemental, I think, is just basically something that is entwined with the elements. So you would have to go back into the Renaissance before this word starts catching on. And one of the great alchemists at the time was Paracelsus. And he was actually the gentleman that came up with this idea of the elemental, that if you look at, well, for instance, look at the world around you, the world of Earth. The elemental that belongs to the earth is your favorite thing, the gnome. That's where you get that word from. He actually coined the word gnome, as a matter of fact. And he was also into mineralogy. So if you ever take the vitamin zinc, he actually coined that one as well, too. So he coined both gnome and zinc, which is a very interesting little a sidebar in the history of medicine and the paranormal. But he believed that all of nature had a spirit that imbued it with an intelligence. So whenever you had the water, you would have entities in the water like mermaids. And with fire, you had the salamander, for lack of the better word, which is a fire entity. And his idea was that all of these elementals was the driving force within that particular aspect of nature, kind of like a personification of nature itself. Of course, he did not come up with this theory, this philosophy. The Greeks believed in this idea. We find this inherent within the Islamic folklore whenever we talk of things like the jinn. But he at least codified it in a way that it was palatable to many people. So whenever we come up with the idea of elementals, at least in my opinion and the way that I adapt it, it is an intelligent force, an intelligent entity within the world around us.
Where do they live? What are they about? Where do they come from? Are they in a different dimension, a different zone, or are they in the astral plane?
I guess you could say whatever theory you look at, it could be all of the above. So we'll look at it a couple of different ways. So if you would go to some encounters with the Fae, some people could say that they were even extraterrestrial. Some of the early medieval accounts of fairy encounters, seem to be very indicative of what we would call UFO encounters. A lot of abduction, missing time, things of that nature. Some critics and some scholars simply say that living within that world, we did not have the perception and the conception of what was going around us. But as we evolved, and now we see these things as aliens and not fairies, because our perception has changed and we've grown in our intelligence more and more. So now we can understand that kind of world a little bit better. I don't see them as extraterrestrial. Some writers have seen them as ultra terrestrial, which is an interesting thing, which means that they are of this earth, of this plane of existence. They're just above and beyond our intelligence. There's something totally unique. That makes sort of sense to me as well too. But I also like the idea of interdimensionality. Every time we come on here and we talk about Bigfoot, or we talk about Dogman, or whatever cryptid of the week, we always come up with the conclusion that it seems these creatures are not wholly physical. And the encounters that I've had, the encounters you've had, Dave, as well, it seems that there's another aspect of these creatures that is more than just flesh and blood. There's another dimensionality to them. And I think that the more we look into that world, the more we see that they might indeed be flesh and blood in some semblance. They don't appear to be completely of our plane of existence.
Okay, so are they evil? Are they here to help? Do you have a story where these elementals have come into play?
I do have some stories. Again, whenever I have to look at this from a historical point of view, the idea of the elemental, the idea of the fairy, is something that they were ambivalent, right? You didn't want to mess with them. Even if they appeared to be helping or appeared to be beneficial, they were still something you didn't want to mess with. You didn't want to have them around you because their nature was just so unpredictable. So I think that's the way we really have to look at these things. Now, from a sociological point of view, we could say that these are personifications of the natural world, that nature in and of itself is chaotic at times and unpredictable. That's fine. But then you have to start dealing with people who have come to you with their fairy encounters, which is really very strange. So I will tell you of a few. One gentleman, which was this didn't come from the Chestnut Ridge area either. This came from Pennsylvania, but it was northern Pennsylvania up around Lake Erie. A gentleman who was probably about 25 years at the time that told me this story, but he was going back to the time whenever he was about 10, and he remembers he woke up in the middle of the night and he wanted to come downstairs and make himself a sandwich. And as he rounded the corner in his kitchen, he saw that the kitchen light was on from the refrigerator door. He goes around, the door is open, and what he calls a goblin, a troll, for lack of a better word, he could not quite describe it, but there was a very small, ugly humanoid standing there with the door open. And he told me about a look of shock in this creature's eyes, probably the same shock that he was experiencing as well too. And the creature disappeared in a swirling circle of light, as if it was able to open up a doorway and step into it. Again, very unique. Nothing completely terrifying about it. Nobody's life was threatened, but the idea that these things are able to come into your home, there's a little bit of trepidation in that. Another time that I spoke, and this was much more recently, and this did happen on the Chestnut Ridge, whenever a gentleman was simply walking and he came upon a small glen in the woods, and he noticed a movement, and there were these two little creatures that were rustling around on the ground, and he couldn't remember if they had clothes on or not, but he said if they did have clothes on, it so resembled the natural world that you couldn't take note of it. But these two little creatures were wrestling, and then one noticed him and stopped wrestling, and then soon the other one noticed him as well too. And the one simply vanished into the side of a hill. Now, he was very precise in telling me that there was no hole or opening or breach in the side of the hill. It just simply vanished within the earth itself. Now, what was so interesting about the other one, now he called these things brownies. And brownies are part of the vernacular that's come to us probably most famously from Harry Potter. And brownies are usually some sort of, European, particularly England, Scotland area, these little entities, these little fairies that inhabit a particular a domicile, a particular location, or a house. So the word that he used here probably did not apply, but in his mind, they appeared as what a brownie would look to appear from Harry Potter. But this other creature eyed him for a few moments, and then it went through a series of shape shifts before it became a very large bird and flew away. I always found that story very interesting, even though this happened about 3 years ago, because on the Chestnut Ridge, we have sightings of thunderbirds, and we have sightings of black cats, and we have sightings of mountain lions that should no longer be here. And then I started to think a little bit about this, and to think that there's a creature out there that can change its form. Now, and I'm not saying that they're physically changing their form either, I might have to add. As long as they can appear to change their form, they might be able to do something with the minds, interact with the human being in such a way that we can imagine them changing while they're not physically changing. That's something else we can consider when we get into this a little bit deeper. But whatever happened, this creature went from one state of being to another, and then it flew away as a giant bird. So these are the two cases that really have intrigued me the most. One, whenever something comes into somebody's home, and the other case, whenever somebody's just walking along and has this happen. But very strange cases indeed. But there are also cases that deal with alien encounters, which have a very sinister type of feel to them, although not maybe completely extraterrestrial in nature. One lady that I had interviewed for a while, she claimed that these very small gray creatures were coming into her bedroom periodically. And one day they came into her bedroom, and they had a very angry look on their face whenever they examined her. And she said, she let me in that she had recently got her tubes tied. And she felt that these creatures were coming into her room and taking eggs, doing whatever. And they became very, very angry because they could no longer harvest her anymore. Now, that sounds very science fiction. That sounds very extraterrestrial. But if we would go back 1,000 years, Dave, there's similar stories like that come from Europe with what was believed to be fairies that were doing this to human beings. So, as I said at the onset of the show, all this kind of stuff is a very gray area. And the more deeply you dig, the further down a different rabbit hole you go. So,
well, you know what? It's funny. I was talking to my friend Samantha Mowat about this recently, about this exact same topic. And even for men, Samantha was telling me men who go and get a vasectomy, they are apparently looked down upon by the aliens as well if they've been taken, because they are no longer like, if you are having ET contact and you feel you are a man who is being used and abused for reproduction on a hybrid program, go get a vasectomy. Mm-hmm. It apparently stops everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Well, and it does have precedent in the paranormal world within the historical context of the paranormal. If you would go back 3,000 years ago to ancient Greece, they had a creature there called the Impusa, which was sometimes depicted as a woman with half woman, half snake, very reptilian in appearance, however. And we get to the whole idea of reptilian aliens and everything. But it was believed that these creatures would come to men and steal their life force from them as they slept. So they were kind of like the succubus, at the time. And they would steal your life force. And this was believed to be some sort of explanation for nocturnal emissions or what have you. But it was believed that they would drain a man over a period of a few days, eventually leading to his death.
Very cool. Very cool. The crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Guru, in regards to some of these other creatures that are running around, from gnomes to gargoyles in the Chestnut Ridge, I mean, is there any update or any sightings of those that you've heard lately?
Not lately. The one gargoyle sighting happened in Butler County, which is, not too far from the Chestnut Ridge as the crow flies, but not particularly located right there. But there was a case of a gargoyle that was seen in an area around a little town called Shakora. It appeared to have, some sort of cape, or if not a cape, some sort of leathery wings attached to it. And people had seen it flying. People had seen it standing at the side of the road. A very curious case that lasted for the better part of a summer, and then it seemingly disappeared. But a very interesting case nonetheless. But that has all kind of quieted down. And I'm not sure really the reason why it is quieted down. But I do have to point out, though, too, and occasionally we talk about giants on the show. But again, as a researcher, I look at the historical record. So not very far away from where this creature was sighted, back in the late 1800s, there was an excavation, an archaeological excavation of Indian burial mounds, and in those mounds they encountered skeletons that had two sets of teeth. And the teeth were sharp, it should be mentioned. And on their forehead, they had two horns that protruded. Again, we talked about these kind of things before, where people would uncover these kind of burials. They would send away for scholarly help. And before you know it, the Smithsonian would step in, and they would be lost forever from the historical record. And that's what happened in these cases as well, too. But it's interesting as a paranormal investigator and also as an historian to think that these stories don't come out of nowhere. To think that people are seeing something that resembles a gargoyle, and to think 100 years before this sighting, people were actually excavating tombs of what, for all intents and purposes, would be the burial of a gargoyle. It just seems to connect the dots that need to be connected.
Very cool. Very cool. So I have heard these creatures, and my friend Corey here, where I live, one day she was coming out. She was taking a load of laundry to her laundry room. She comes out of the stairwell, turns to go into the laundry room, and clear as day, walking straight at her, is this little Ewok type thing. And they stopped. They looked at each other. The Ewok goes, "Ee!" and takes off around the corner back into the laundry room. The problem is there's no exit. The only exit in the laundry room is a closet. Have you ever heard of these little Ewok things?
Well, once you said this, I actually could feel the goosebumps rising up on my body. This was probably right after we did our show together. Going back 7 years. I was asked to do a conference out in Ohio, and there was a nice lady that came from Pennsylvania to see me talk, and we just kind of had a little conversation. And several months later, I was doing a talk in my hometown, and lo and behold, she came over to see me talk there as well too. And after the presentation, after my lecture, she came up to me and said, I wanted to tell you a story, and I didn't get a chance to tell you in Ohio, but I was wondering if you've ever heard anything like this before. And she starts to divulging this information about a hair-covered creature that appeared in her house. She called it her laundry ape. Again, the whole idea of the laundry room here. And but this was large. It was a large Bigfoot type creature. She said probably about 8 feet tall, to the point that it would have to bend over to walk through her house. And it talked to her telepathically and simply said, "I'm here to observe you." And one of the things that it liked to do was observe her doing laundry, which is the reason why she called it her laundry ape. And she said that she would wake up, and sometimes it would be standing at the edge of her bed. There was no fear involved except the utter being startled utterly whenever you first see something like this. But she said that it hated whenever she ran the vacuum cleaner. It didn't like that kind of a sound. But he would watch her do chores and everything. And she didn't live in the woods. She lived in an apartment building. So this isn't anything out of the way. It's not like it's creeping in through a window at night. And she said, within a few weeks, it was gone. It disappeared and never came again. But whenever you said about the laundry room, and she had the connection with this thing in the laundry. Now, not only do these little things, the little Ewok and then the laundry gorilla, but we also have to think that, again, when we look at the tales of the fairies in the Middle Ages, these brownies would often do people's laundry for them, or cobble shoes, or do some sort of household chores. And that is one of the reasons why people like them in their homes, because they would often do chores for them. So again, are we dealing with the same type of heredity of these things that have been going on for 1,000 years?
Hold on a second here. These brownies come on in and do chores. Have they seen how much laundry I have at my place?
Well,
why can't I hire some of these brownies to come on in?
Well, we have to remember, though, Dave, if we were living back in 1200 AD, you would probably have one shirt and one pair of pants. So, there's not going to be a lot of laundry to do here. But that's the whole thing. Sometimes people would offer them a gift for helping out, and they did not want gifts at all. They didn't want any kind of thank yous or anything. So if you do happen to get a fairy in your home that starts doing chores, do not offer it a gift of any kind. Just let it do its thing.
Why is a gift insulting?
I think that there's a bit of domestication in the act of gifting. That we are, especially one of the gifts that people often wanted to give them was clothing, because they often appear naked, kind of like me whenever I sell my books. But it was like one of those things where people wanted to clothe them, and there was an idea of domestication going on. Yeah, sometimes lead them out a little thing of milk, but that's about as far as it goes.
Gotcha. We got about a minute left. How often are these types of sightings happening today for these little gnomes or nymphs or whatever we want to call them?
I think a lot. I think people are just very wary about coming forward. I was at a conference a couple of years ago, and an elderly gentleman came up and said, I had a fairy that was hanging around my back porch in my cabin up in the woods. They went outside. Originally, whenever he started to tell the story, it reminded me as if he was seeing some sort of very large moth, like a Luna moth or a Goliath moth. But he said you could actually see the body of this creature. It was a very humanoid body. And whenever they would open up the back door, it would lay flat against either the side of the house or find some sort of way to camouflage itself on the porch. But he said there were two of them out there, and they let them go do their own little thing. But I think people are seeing these things. I think a lot of our listeners are seeing these things, or at least have heard about these things. But people really don't want to come forward and say, hey, I have a fairy encounter report.
Very true. Very, very true. The crypto guru, is 1 hour in. We got it for another hour here on Spaced Out Radio. Your questions, if you're in one of our chat rooms, and more stories from the Guru. $5 books on Amazon under Ronald L. Murphy Jr. We'll be back right after this. Look at you, Guru. 184 people watching you.
That's good. Yeah.
They love their Guru time, man. I'm just going to step away for a quick second. You're watching the chat room, so if any of them ask questions, you just answer away, my friend.
I will do that. I'll check it out.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Donnie Joe, because brownies are some spoiled ass bitches. I love that one. So, have you guys heard of any kind of fairy encounters? And I'm thinking people do. I hear these things as well. And a lot of times whenever I go out, especially if I'm filming a documentary or what have you, a lot of people who make these documentaries don't want to think that it's anything else besides Bigfoot or Dogman. Whenever you bring fairies into the whole conversation, they're kind of blown off by that, and I feel bad. But this is one of my favorite subjects. I think it explains so much, especially if these creatures are able to get into your mind and somehow project images in your mind that aren't there. Black Dragon asks if I'm muted. I don't believe I'm muted. Am I muted, or can you hear me? Yeah, so paradigm theories. Mystical creatures are my guides. I would love to come back on and do a show about the idea of the collective unconscious and the idea of spirit guides and the idea of, especially I'm into shamanic tarot cards, the idea of different tribes and how this all relates to this kind of spirit world. Because when we're dealing with fairies, we're dealing with a conduit between two worlds, aren't we? They've always been seen that way. They are something that exists in our realm, but also something that can transcend into another realm as well. I would love to be able to do a show on this, and we can do a 2-hour show on this at any time. They know where the nugs and booze. That's nice. And Cat Chaser, life after death. You know that fairies and the dead, fairies and ghosts, were often synonymous. People would go to the realm of the fairies. They would step in a mushroom ring, or somehow be abducted to the fairy realm, and often they would report seeing their dead relatives there among the fairies in the fairy realm. Yeah, I think so. So paradigm theory says about timing is everything. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you feel the same way that I feel, that there has to be some sort of agreement between the experiencer and that which you are experiencing? I've always felt that way. And Bob Berkins, absolutely, the Sealy and the unsealy court. This could go on for a couple hours. I would love to be able to talk about this. The Sealy court is the court of the blessed, the court of the light. We have so much to talk about. Oh, and we can see about the orbs too. We got to talk about the orbs as well. There's so many things. You guys are too good. I'm telling you, this is a whole other program. Yes, but I have seen a lot of Earthlights out there, a lot that have interacted with me and other investigators. And there is no way in my mind that they were not intelligent. Angels are life. I'm glad I was able to help you out there, my dear. So the red shirt, Donnie. Yeah, absolutely. So I wanted to, it's been a while since I came on Spaced Out Radio. and I wanted to look good on Spaced Out Radio. Most of the time, I dress up, and it looks like I'm either going on a safari or I have wood to chop. I thought, I'm just going to look good tonight. I wanted to give it a different look. I kind of like the red shirt. I'm liking the red shirt with the gray scheme going on here. But you have to understand, I'm on the East Coast, so it's like it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. So I'm lucky just to be awake. And Jessica McCreary, hello there, my dear. Dave, we're coming up with show ideas here. Lots and lots of show ideas.
Oh yeah, they are brilliant. They are brilliant. That's why we like them around here, Guru. Hi, Nikki in Seattle. How you doing?
Donnie Cho is in near Baltimore. One of my favorite places to visit, Donnie. I'm a huge Edgar Allan Poe fan. And first time in my life I went down there to see his grave a couple years ago. All the world's a stage. We would never ignore that person. Anybody that has a Shakespearean quote in their name, I would never ignore.
He or she usually listens to us on Saga 960 AM in Mississauga, Ontario.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Mississauga, well, that's not very far away from
Toronto,
Stratford, is it?
Hi, stunning Sonia, pardon me. We got 10 seconds, Guru. Hold on, sit tight. We're going to get things going here.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears all over the world, wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us, Clam? Oh, let's see here. We can't find the clam anywhere, so we'll call it Tractor. Tractor is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with the crypto guru, Ronald Murphy, as he comes on in for a little bit of guru time, talking monsters, legends, and folklore. You can find all of his books on Amazon under Ronald L. Murphy Jr., including his incredible On series. Welcome back there, Guru.
Hey, thank you very much. I was enjoying this interplay that I was having with all of your guests here on the comments. So for those folks that are listening to Spaced Out Radio, if you are not partaking in the comment section or in one of the chat rooms, you are missing out greatly on the whole Spaced Out experience.
Very true. Very true. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guru, we will get some questions from our audience here momentarily, but for you, out of all the monsters you have covered, Dogman, fairies, changelings, pukas, Bigfoot, what is your favorite? What really, really intrigues you?
Yeah, so it's always been Bigfoot. I remember that iconic Patterson Gimlin film, right? I remember my mom, I must have been 5 years old, Dave, or I might have even been 4 years old. And I remember our floor model black and white television set sitting at home and this going on there. And it was like watching Marlon Perkins, Wild Kingdom or Jacques Cousteau or any of these nature programs, because what I saw on that film was so natural. It was something within its element. Now, of course, I didn't think about the environment or think of anything about biology at the time. It was just a very interesting subject that was captured on film. But it was that one image that really sparked in me that love for the unknown and the ability then to look at the world to think that we do not fully grasp everything that's going on out there. It really put me in my place as a human being. It really makes us think. It kind of takes us down a couple notches to think that there could be things out there that are still staying hidden far away from us, yet living and coinciding within our world as well. And that's really what keeps me going. Bigfoot has always been kind of my alter ego, the uncivilized, someone that doesn't live by any kind of rules, everything that I would want to be, that kind of wild mentality. He is, the biker without the Harley and without the vest. He's everything else you want. But yeah, Bigfoot's always been the it cryptid for me.
Very much understand the reasoning why when you say that. You have covered so many monsters over the years, okay, from little known to right up to Bigfoot, Dogman, that everybody knows about. And I got to ask you, is there any of the monsters that you feel are extremely real and others that you think are not real at all?
Well,
If so, which ones?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that when we look at the overriding idea of archetypes and these monsters that have always been out there with us, and think about all the different societies around the world that have these same kind of images repeating themselves again and again. I've always been fascinated by the mermaid, but I think that's one that we could probably kind of knock off pretty quickly. It doesn't make a lot of biological sense. I think that we see a personification of the world around us. And as much as I would like there to be mermaids out there, I would have to probably write that one off. Same way with the Thunderbird. And we've talked about this as well, too. I think that the idea that a Pleistocene bird had existed into early times, up until maybe 500 or 600 years ago, maybe 1,000 years ago, is quite plausible. Something to give rise to these legends to the point that they become part of the oral tradition of Plains Indians. I think that's something that's very plausible, but I don't think there's any Thunderbirds out there now plying our skies. So as we start moving up from the things that have least credibility to the most credibility, even though that I do not think that mermaids exist, I do think that the ocean is going to be one of the places where we still find what we would call monsters living. I think the idea of the megalodon still being alive is a great theory. I think that's something that I would love to talk about more. I think that we are going to start getting a lot more images back that are unexplained from deep water investigations, which is already happening, and they brought back some fascinating footage of massive sharks. Although I don't think that we've caught a megalodon yet on any of these, but we are catching, very large sharks on these nonetheless. And I think it's just going to be a matter of time before we catch something like the megalodon. The idea of the kraken or the giant squid was once a thing of a fantasy, and now we know the archetypal exists. So we do have a lot of really cool things out there swimming around in our waters. Now, whenever we start moving into land type of animals, and this is just relatively recently that somebody came out with this theory. It's been suggested by an actual honest to goodness scholar, that the Homo florensis, the little hobbit, may still be alive and well in Indonesia, which would be an unbelievable feat. if we could come across a living hominin that had, supposedly extinct for the past, 15, 20,000 years.
Why do we never talk as much about, in Iceland and in other areas where these little gnomes or little people live and have villages where literally, if they are seen or known to be in an area, they will literally divert highways in order not to upset the little villages that are there, almost like Gulliver's Travels back in the day.
Yeah. Oh, that's absolutely the case. Yeah. So in Iceland, and the idea of finding proof of their existence could be something like a very large tree. Very scant evidence is necessary to prove their existence, but it's something that's so ingrained within their culture, they find it completely, as irrefutable evidence for these creatures to be out there. The same way in England as well too, and I don't think a lot of people understand that people will leave gates open and sometimes even doors of their houses open to allow a freeway for fairy folk to come and go as they please. There are cultures out there in the 21st century that still feel so closely tied to the land around them that they are willing to make amends with these spirits that inhabit the land, and not only make amends with them, but also appease them by not trespassing upon their on their turf, so to speak. So we look at ourselves as, we can go into space and we have the internet and everybody is instantly connected. And we kind of look sideways at these people that seem to be more superstitious and more antiquated. But it also makes sense to us whenever we hear that a road was diverted because they did not want to disturb trolls. As outlandish as that sounds, it still makes some sort of sense to us to this day.
It really does. The crypto guru, Ronald Murphy. Let's get to Sovereign Fart's question here. Which entity was the one that shapeshifted into a pterodactyl? And do you think that these beings are all one entity that has various shape-shifting templates?
Sovereign Cosmic Wildman. Boy, that's quite a name. So I wrote a book entitled On Fairies several years ago. It was actually endorsed by Mary Ellen Guiley, who was going to publish it until her untimely death. God rest her soul. But in my book, that is one of my theories, is that the idea that these creatures are out there. So we talk about why we can't get a great picture of anything, or why things seem to be blurry, or why we can't get any kind of, any evidence of these things. This may indeed be the reason. It's because we cannot capture the energy of these creatures. And is it possible this energy which they put out can somehow interfere with our thought process and allow us to believe that we're seeing something that's actually not there? That's one of my theories as well. So I would say, in my humble opinion and through my research, is that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with an energy, with an intelligence that is able to allow itself to appear differently than it actually is.
Gotcha. Okay. Nicholas is asking, by the way, we want to say happy birthday to Super Knower in our chat room, a regular in here, 4 days older than me, just turned 49. Happy birthday, Super Knower, from all of us at Spaced Out Radio. Nicholas would like to know, Guru, do you believe Sasquatch has supernatural abilities?
Well, as a kid, I always thought that we were dealing with a hidden ape theory, right? As cryptozoology goes, this was a missing link. This could be a possible Gigantopithecus, Homo erectus, whatever the case may be. As these different kind of theories changed, it was always in the back of my mind that we were dealing with some sort of a primate. But the more that I look at these creatures, and the more that I look and see that we are dealing with locations that often are accompanied, Bigfoot sightings are often accompanied with with orb activity that you would see in a haunted location, or UFO activity, or sometimes the Bigfoot is manifesting itself and it's not 100% there. There is something going on that doesn't meet the eye. So I think that Bigfoot in and of itself is interdimensional, and it will take physical form in this realm every now and then, which is the reason why it's able to leave physical evidence behind. But I do not think that these things reside totally within our plane of existence 100% of the time. I just simply do not believe that.
Now, that opens up a lot of questions because there are so many researchers out there, Guru, who believe any type of creature out there is flesh and blood. That there can't be any type of supernatural abilities. We're just reading them wrong. We're using imagination. Yet we don't understand so much that is happening with these creatures. Do you believe then that they are coming from a different realm, maybe an inner earth, and that's why we haven't found a body or something along those lines?
Well, and these are fighting words, Dave. That's a good point that you had there, because so many people are wedded to the idea of the flesh and blood. I mean, they're going out there dressed like they're, going on a paramilitary expedition to San Salvador someplace. They have their night vision goggles on, and they have their knives and their guns, and they're going out to look for a flesh and blood animal, correct? I mean, this is what's going on. But Dave, you've had experiences before. I've had experiences before with what we're dealing with here is not 100% physical or corporeal 100% of the time. Whenever I was on the show, I think it was the time before last, I told a story whenever we had a snowfall and I went outside. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. Schools were canceled. Nobody was out. But in my front yard, there were small feet that were barefoot. And I tried to figure out where these tracks came from, because my house was surrounded by woods. So I'm assuming they came from the woods, but they did not come from the woods. They appeared out of nowhere. And I've told this story before on your show and on other shows, that what had happened was there was a right track, another right track, and then a left and right track, as if it stepped out of something, whether it was a craft or stepped into our world from another dimension. But whatever was going on, the creature that made these tracks was not there physically 100% of the time. There was something else going on there. Eventually, this trackway became a study. It came to look into my window, and then it went off to the side of my house and disappeared again. So the trackway in itself was maybe 30 yards complete, but it only had complete sets of tracks for a bit of the way. It appeared, in my eyes, at least in my estimation, that this creature appeared slowly, not all at once, became a physical form, looked into my window, and then vanished as it left my house. Now, as a Bigfoot investigator, being visited, excuse me, by something that you've been looking for your entire life, that doesn't make logical sense to me, but that happened. So how does that happen now? What kind of dots do I need to connect now? Sorry about that.
No problem, Guru. We all get it sometimes.
Oh yeah. But no, that's the thing, is that it was almost as if I was gifted this experience, as if this whatever it was, this entity came to my house to to kind of spurn me on. I mean, does that make any sense to you? To kind of give me validation, I suppose. And it disappeared. Now, in that same location, In the spring, I discovered these tracks again. It was almost as if this creature was coming around to I don't know, allow me to believe that its existence was there. Um, I started to find some weird tree formations where very, very tall trees were bent over, intertwined with other things. So we would have some limb structures there. And then one of my favorite places to research where these tracks were occurring, then started to have no trespassing signs up, and that whole area that seemed to be fraught with these kind of tracks is now out of my disposal. For whatever reason, the powers that be bought up that land and now refuses anybody to be on it, which is really curious.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Those footprints you found in your yard, were they staggered? Like you had a couple and then maybe 10, 12 feet in between?
Yeah, so that's absolutely that's a good way to put it. They were staggered, so it would have been a right track, and because these tracks were so small, the step ratio was very small as well too. So we're only talking about a couple feet. So we would have one right track. A couple feet later, we'd have another right track, and then another couple feet we would have the left, and then the right track, starting a cadence at this point, right? As if the thing took a while to manifest itself fully physically. And then when we had a complete trackway that came up to my window, which is a lower story window, it looked into the window and then went off to the side of the house and disappeared.
Alien Critter would like to know, what's your opinion, Guru, of far peripheral observed creatures and entities?
Right. So something like So these are the creatures of the liminal zones. Okay. These are the creatures that inhabit that twilight area of our existence. This is the realm where Bigfoot usually exists, right? This is that realm where werewolves and vampires and over fears and nightmares come from. These are the places in between places. And whenever we talk about these kind of creatures, whether we're talking about fairies or whether we're talking about Bigfoot or vampires or werewolves or what have you, these are creatures of the periphery. These are the creatures that exist outside of our sphere of influence. And like I said, that is the place where nightmares come from. And of course, the idea that these creatures are coming from this area, this area that's outside of where we are, whether we call it the other world or what have you, I firmly believe that that's where these creatures are emanating from, this other place.
All right. Lara would like to know, do fairies appear like small blue orbs looking bright like a firefly?
So as an investigator, I also like to look at the calendar. I do believe that things like Samhain, or Halloween, or Beltane, or Midsummer all have a particular power inherent within those days. And that's the reason why agricultural communities relied on them so well. So whenever I go out on very major expeditions or research, I like to choose those dates in regards to the calendar. And one of the most fascinating expeditions I ever went on was on Midsummer on June 21st. This is the time, if you would look at Shakespeare, this is the time whenever fairies come out to play Midsummer Night's Dream. And as I was on this particular expedition, we got to the woods well before it became dark. And as we got there, we allowed our eyes to settle. And not only did we allow our eyes to settle, but it seemed as if the whole world kind of settled around us and everything was becoming in tune to us. Now, there was a lot of firefly activity there that night. But what I found so astounding is that the more I watched these patterns of light, the more I found that some of the lights looked more like LED lights than a bioluminescent insect, as if there was some sort of intelligence within these lights. And yes, absolutely, I have witnessed the orbs. I witnessed blue orbs, yellow orbs, red orbs, and the fireflies as well too in my investigation.
The crypto guru, Ronald Murphy. We got him for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio, hanging out, talking all sorts of beautiful monsters that are lurking all around us. Spaced Out Radio continues with the guru right after this. Yeah, it was 2 summers ago, maybe 3 now, where it was at night, and I walked out during, I think it was during the show, or I don't know, maybe it was a weekend, but either or, it really doesn't matter. I have a post fence in between my neighbors and my yard, okay? And right near the bottom by my fire pit, on 2 of my posts, I had fairies sitting on, one fairy sitting on each of them. So there were 2 fairies there on 2 posts, and they were just like sitting there like little orbs.
Absolutely.
Sitting on the post.
Yeah, and the one video that you shared of your daughter as well too was fascinating evidence of fairy activity in your house.
I always wonder whatever happened to that guy in Manitoba.
I agreed. I just out of the blue, he disappeared.
Yeah. Just chased right out of the community.
Exactly. I have to get a drink real quick, guys. My throat is bothering me. I'll be right back.
You go. Aren't we loving Guru time tonight? The Guru is awesome. Oh, for God's sakes. Game over? Come on, please be game over. 5-3 Edmonton. End game, yes. Or empty net, hold on. 5-3, less than a minute to go. Here we go. Take that, Calgary. No, I spilled my Tums, Joe. Spilled my Tums. Mike Gambale, how you doing? MB, welcome to SOR chat. Guru time. Another 30 minutes.
It flies by, Dave. Flies by.
That'll be our next question when we come back.
Okay.
Mr. Catfish, how are you? Come on, be done. Be done. Oh, for God's sakes, TSN. Just tell me it's over. It's got to be over. Game summary, yes. Tied at 1. Tied at 1. This is where we go. Paula W. looking lovely tonight. That's good. Feeling it. I'm feeling good now. Oilers won. Let's see here. Start getting the news ready. And let's see here. Go here. More time traveler stories. I like it.
Did you see the pictures where it looks like the Sphinx in Egypt closed its eyes?
No, I didn't see that.
That's some scary stuff. People are thinking that might be a Mandela effect, or that there's something else going on there.
Hi, gorgeous and talented Kira. No, I am not a Maple Leafs fan at all. I am an Oilers fan since 1979. I'm a Yankee fan in baseball. I grew to love the Canucks because I covered the Canucks when I was in sports radio. Hi, lovely Annette DeLong. How are you? So, no, I'm not a ship jumper. God, I hate the Leafs. All right, here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet. Reminder to all of you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we bring in the crypto guru, Ronald L. Murphy Jr. You can find all of his books on Amazon. And we're talking monsters all night long with the guru because that's what we love to do. Guru, welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Look, a half an hour. We have half an hour to go. This flew by, my friend. Flew by.
All right. Let's start off with Indrid Cold here. Not sure if it's the real one or the fake one. I don't know. Guru, do you have any info on the rake? And are there any reports of it?
So, yeah, let's have a discussion on this for a second because the rake is one of those nebulous creatures that is relatively new in the field casebook of the cryptozoological and the paranormal. So a lot of people think that the idea of the rake has kind of evolved from our conception of things like the Slender Man. But it seems as if the rake is an entity that dwells from the same kind or derives from the same kind of world where ghostly entities come from, at least in my opinion. That's why I said we could easily have a discussion about this, and I would love to see what some of the listeners have to say as well, too. But to me, it seems to be something that's tied to the other world, the world of the dead, some other type of being. And these kind of creatures may never have been flesh and blood. They may only be this kind of fantastical entity. So whenever I do experience these things a bit in some of the investigations I do a lot of investigations at a place called Hillview Manor, which was built in the 1920s as a poorhouse, then became a nursing home. But in the iconography of Pennsylvania, this is one of the most haunted places around, and I've been honored enough to do a few investigations up there every year. The next one that I will be there will be the second week of June. So if anybody happens to be in Western Pennsylvania, come on out and see me at Hillview Manor. But there's one room up there that a lot of folks had said was inhabited by the ghost of a little boy. But as research has been going on and as more people have been coming involved in the investigation within this, it seems there's something taking the shape of a small child, but its real form is that of some sort of hideous black creeper that is there to instill fear within people. I think that is the same realm from which the rake derives. And I think that whenever we talk about shadow people, when we talk about certain types of hauntings that become aggressive, this is synonymous with the idea of the rake. Again, these are my opinions. I would gladly have any kind of discussion with you. But one of your listeners there said about the rake being an internet meme. Absolutely. This is where a lot of these things come from, the same way with a Slender Man. But that is not to say that they do not have their origins within the paranormal world. Absolutely do. And the reason why it takes so hold of our imagination is because it does make sense to us. And I think that we're calling these things different names and everything, but they do have a basis within the history of the paranormal.
All right. Do you not think, though, that some of these creatures, whether it's the rake, whether it's Siren Head, whether it's Bloody Mary, that all of these are pretty much, internet games being played and stories that are all of a sudden becoming tulpas?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to discuss with you next. Sure, these could be gags. These could be make-believe. But if it does indeed have enough energy being focused on this, can it then become a self-sustaining thought form? And this is part of Eastern philosophy. I think, and from the research that I've done, and by looking at cases such as the skull experiment that was performed in England back in the 1970s, I do believe that intentions and manifestations from one or more people, group of people, can build up an energy and take on a life of its own. I most certainly feel that way.
Okay, so my 8-year-old son, he is absolutely convinced that Siren Head exists. And that he's been filmed and everything. And I look at the films and I'm like, oh no, son, don't fall for this. Don't fall for it. Don't put the energy into it. But he, on YouTube, especially with a lot more kids going on to YouTube these days, it's so much easier because they don't understand CGI. They don't understand animation and how real it can look these days. So the idea that we're putting energy and young, youthful energy into this, could that not become a monster that we start seeing more of in the future?
Sure. Okay. So not only is this youthful energy there, but also youthful fear, which may really kind of give it a power that can become overwhelming to us. Children look at the world with wide-eyed wonder. And whenever a fear creeps in, that can become devastating to a child. I have 5 children of my own, but I work with children for most of my adult life. And the idea of fear, especially a child's fear, taking the form of a monster, that is more dreadful to me than a Dogman or a Bigfoot or anything like that. It's taking that child's whimsical nature and turning inside of itself. And a lot of people are preying on this, right? And this is what really, Pennywise was in Stephen King's It. It's this thought form, this kind of, otherworldly type of creature that feeds off of these energies to make itself more powerful than it actually is. And I think we have to be careful. We have to be careful when we're dealing with social media. Like you said, they don't understand the idea of PowerPoint and Photoshop and all this other kind of stuff, the kind of things that could be done. And now with the proliferation of things like TikTok, we see a lot of of paranormal things on there as well too. And I think it's going to get worse. I think the idea that these children looking at these things, believing that it's true, is going to do nothing more than insert these kind of neurosis into the environment around us.
Okay, so you're a parent. You have 5 children and 1 grandchild.
No.
You know, do you talk to them about monsters? About, when they come to you and say, "Hey, Dad, at school we were talking about the rake, or we were talking about Sired Head, or something along those lines." Do you discuss with them about these monsters?
I do, absolutely. So, I mean, everybody has monsters that we fear, whether they're real or imagined. And that's just I mean, this world is full of monsters. I mean, when we look at what's going on in the Ukraine, or there's shootings or everything, monsters happen all the time. And I'll give you this one little anecdote. So, as a teacher, several years ago, I believe in nursery rhymes. The idea of folklore has always been pervasive in my life, and the idea of nursery rhymes has been something that I've always been fond of. So I would take the children out, and our nursery rhymes would have places within our natural environment. So around the school, we would find a place that had a house that had a turret on the side of it, and that would be where Rapunzel would let down her hair. And we have a bridge that is a railroad crossing, and that's where the trolls would live. And we have this bit of trees around the river, and that's where the fairies dwell. So the children, when we go out, they can have this map of the world in which they can interact with. And one day, the trolls decided that they were going to be visiting our school, and they were making a bit of a mess of things. So we had to gather together as a group and go out there and confront the trolls and tell them to stay away from our classroom. Another class besides my own decided that they wanted to come with us as well too. And one of the children were very scared by the role play that we were going through, to the point that the child went home and told their mother, and the mother said, I would prefer my child not to be involved in Mr. Murphy's class whenever he's conducting such an experiment. So it actually went to the point wherever the parent had a meeting with the school board over my exercise. And the point that I came up with was this. If your child is having a difficult time defeating imaginary monsters, what are you going to do whenever it's confronted with a real one? And after that time, the mother allowed me to take the child on my class excursions, and we would go out there and fight imaginary monsters all the time. I think that is the way we need to look at the world. The world is an amazing, complex place with a lot of beauty in it, but there's also some very terrifying things in it as well too. And I think that we have to deal with it as we come, from children to adults or what have you. So instead of projecting more evil into the world, let us kind of confront the evil that's out there, vanquish it, and then I think that everybody will get on with a little better life. I don't mean to philosophize like that, but I think especially whenever it comes to a child, I'm always very protective of children, and to think that they're being taken advantage of by some of these internet schemes just really kind of gets on me. So,
Okay, well, let's take this down a different angle then, because a lot of times children will have nightmares
well, sure.
of monsters, of aliens, of things they can't explain. How much is this? And I realize you're not a psychologist or a dream specialist, but in your outlook of everything as a monster specialist, a monster hunter, whatever you want to call yourself, how many of these dreams when our kids are having nightmares are actual things that are happening compared to just imagination?
Well, in the school of psychology, I definitely follow a lot of the teachings of Carl Jung. The idea of the collective unconscious, and the idea that reoccurring patterns and reoccurring symbols in dreams is part of that deep grammar that supersedes language and kind of connects us all as human beings. I love that idea. I love that idea that we come from this common source. We all have the same kind of dreams, the same kind of ambitions, and we also have the same kind of nightmares as well, too. And the idea of how we confront them, not only as an individual but as a species, says a lot about who we are. Whenever you look at the world of early childhood psychology, there's the idea that children are going to be confronted by something, and how they overcome that particular obstacle is going to is going to decide on their development as they age. And I think that that's also to be said, looking at us as a human race. The way we dealt with terrors and the way we dealt with collective nightmares in our early goings says a lot about who we are now. And some of the things that we had more difficult times with have become these universal nightmares that we all share. The idea of a werewolf, the idea of something that will drink our blood like a vampire, or the wild man. I firmly believe that in our distant past, we were confronted by these creatures. That is the reason they become archetypes, and the reason they become nightmares. And we're still dealing with this now. Whether these creatures are still flesh and blood now, it really makes little difference to me as a historian, because they so impacted the way we look at the world now that they are still living within that gray matter of the forest within our minds. So we are still dealing with thousands of years of evolution behind us, of some of the nightmares that we had to face when we were gathered around the campfire. And that's what keeps me going, my friend. These are the monsters, these are the things of nightmares that still were with us to this day.
I'm very curious because, I remember as a kid going way back, let's go back, 45 years. Being 3 years old, I'd always learned about the boogeyman.
Mm-hmm.
And I always had this boogeyman figure in my head, like a shadow person. I didn't know what a shadow person was back then. But I would get away from him by flapping my arms like a bird and taking off, and I'd be able to fly. And then he'd go after one of my friends, and I would, my friends would start taking off, and we'd start dive bombing him and all this kind of stuff. It was really, really weird because it was always on my front yard growing up as a kid. And I look at that now and I'm thinking, okay, where would I learn to fly? Okay, using my imagination, that's birds, but this was a shadow man.
Mm-hmm.
And these dreams, I don't remember very many dreams as a kid, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
But these ones still stick with me 45 years later.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't recall ever seeing UFOs. I don't recall seeing aliens or Bigfoot or any type of creature like that in our area where I lived. I lived in the suburbs, but I mean, it was all residential. There was no forests around. There were parks, but no forests.
So where does this come from?
Where does it come from?
Exactly. Where does it come from? And the only thing that I can come up with is that this is part of who we are as humanity. It's embroidered in our DNA. It's something that has been with us since the very beginning. And we still carry it with us now. It's that collective memory that has become, the universal archetype that still becomes nightmares, even, 200,000 years after the time that we first started to climb up onto 2 feet.
Well, you know what? With 6 minutes left here, or 5.5 minutes left, I've always wondered, now that I'm in this field, both feet in the deep end and sinking further because, I'm a heavy guy. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, what's real and what's fake? But I've learned now that I look for signals. How does my body feel in the morning? Like if I feel, Ron, I swear, man, if I have dreams about aliens, the next day, my body is killing me. I feel like I haven't slept. I feel tired. My neck is sore. My shoulders are sore. My legs are sore. And I don't really get it. I don't really get it, man.
Yeah, my daughter told me the other day, she came and visited me and she said, it was the night of the blood moon. She said, I had a dream we were all at the beach and you decided to take a swim under the blood moon and you came back on the shore and you turned into a werewolf. And we had to spend the rest of my rest of her dream was her trying to protect the kids from me turning into, the werewolf. Look, these are fears, right? And they're not irrational either, Dave. That's the other thing too. Like it might sound ridiculous to an outsider, but to you who have the dreams, these are not irrational. It makes total sense to you. And it has affected you systemically. It has affected you mind, body, and spirit. We are, ancient. We are made of stardust. I'm a religious person as well too. I believe in God. I believe in angels. I believe in the soul and all that stuff. But we are also part of this eternity of the universe, and everything that's out there, we have some sort of conception of in some way, whether it's hardwired into us or what have you. But we have knowledge of great beauty, but we also have the knowledge of very terrifying things as well too. And that is part of our collective psychology that we all need to get into therapy and talk about to exercise these demons that have been with us for such a long period of time.
That is great. Guru, we got 2.5 minutes with you, man. The worst part of every time we have you on the show is it ends so damn quick. It really does.
Yes,
it really does. And I hate it each and every time, my friend. And I know our audience hates it too, because you always put out a good show with incredible knowledge and you break it down so simplistically so people like me can understand, the love and the admiration you have for the monster world. What's up next for you?
Well, I'm going to be doing some conferences this summer, which I'm very, very excited to be back into the swing of things, because it's been about 2 years, Dave, with the whole idea of COVID. It's been about 2 years since I've been out there to do things. So I cannot wait. I'll tell you what, if I have a second, I can get out my handy dandy calendar right here, if that's okay. And I can tell you some of the places I'm going to be while I'm stalling here. But yes, let me just find calendars, because now I'm in the, let's see here. This is never good for radio. So I'm going to try to fill it up with me stammering around. But, and I can't even find, okay, here we go. So in the month of June, so anybody that's in Western Pennsylvania, I will be at Hillview Manor on June the 18th. And that will be a midsummer show. And I'll be talking about fairies and their connection to the spirit realm. And then on July 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, that is the Kecksburg UFO Festival in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And I will be there with Stan Gordon and Eric Altman. So if anybody is in Western Pennsylvania at that particular period, come on out and see me. And then on the 12th, 13th, and 14th, in beautiful Paris, Tennessee, I will be at Ken Gerhard's conference on Dogman / werewolf. So I'm excited about that one as well too. August 6th, if anybody is going to be up in Vermont, I will be up there at the Lake Champlain Festival talking about lake monsters. So that is a little bit of the stuff that I will be doing throughout the summer, my friend. And I hope I get a chance to see at least a few people there.
Guru, always a pleasure to have you on Spaced Out Radio, my friend. We will do it probably again in a couple of months with you later on in the summer. Much love to you, your family, and who you are, my bud. It's always good to have you here.
Dave, I love you as a person and as a brother, and I cannot wait to see you again.
Absolutely. The Crypto Guru, Ronald Murphy. You could go on Amazon, type in Ronald L. Murphy Jr. You can find all of his books there. Look, if you want good, interesting, creative research writing on monsters, there's only one crypto guru, and he's right here on Spaced Out Radio. Coming up next, let's head to the swamp. Swamp Dweller, and then the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson. Hour 3 is next. Good night to the guru. Gotta love him. Hi, Al Menial. How you doing? I'll be right back, guys. I may have a new look to the studio on Monday night. If I get motivated, I'm going to switch the studio around a little bit. It's going to be interesting. We got 1 minute here. Big thank you to Donnie and Cat Chaser for the super chats tonight. Thank you so much for your love and support. Very much appreciate it. Don't forget this weekend, After Hours, and right before After Hours, we have the Cryptid Huntress with Off the Trails. All the shows start at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Hi, Zune.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Tractor. Tractor is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where we head to the swamp. Yes, our resident swamp dweller is back with another spooky story.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. To start, I've always been a person who has been interested in spiritual things. Maybe a year ago, I finally thought I'd commit myself to shamanism. I was inexperienced, and I still am, as I haven't touched it ever since this story happened. I remember it being a Thursday night, and I had recently bought myself a book that taught me about ways and information. But this book also detailed small, non-violent rituals in which I could do shamanic things. Ever since buying this, I was pumped as I had finally had something to commit to as I had been struggling with purpose in my life, and this helped ease that. Before the ritual, I had ventured out following a snaking river where I knew there would be a perfect spot somewhere in the deep woods to do my first ritual. I had built a fire in preparation. The ceremony was that I would make an offering of incense and various foods and ingredients, which was alright with me. All that was supposed to happen was that I would communicate to a fire spirit and enter a trance-like state. Then came the night of the ritual. I waited roughly until 10:30 p.m. to head out to the intense site in the woods. I slung a massive drum encased in its cover across my shoulder while holding incense and some food in the other, along with materials to light a small fire. Now here's something that I must note. There was no wind whatsoever. and the sounds of the night flow were present. I felt genuinely safe as I hiked through the dark, and everything seemed normal. I eventually made it to my ritual site, and I prepared everything. I also lit the fire, prepared the food, and lit the incense. I began to drum rhythmically to try and get myself to trance out as specified in the book. But that's when I opened my eyes and realized the wind was suddenly here and incredibly violent, swaying my fire from side to side to the extent that the flames licked the floor at points. I had specifically checked the weather, and it was not supposed to be at all like this. It was actually supposed to be a record still night. It had only been about maybe 2 minutes since I had begun the ritual, and I had no idea where all this wind came from. On top of this, the sounds of nightlife had become utterly silent. I heard no birds and listened to no kangaroos, just nothing. The hair on my arms and legs stood straight up, and I felt incredibly unwelcome. I felt as though I was being watched, and whatever was around me wanted me to meet a very violent end. I quickly packed my stuff, and this proceeds with the feeling of hate that seemed to chase me until I got to the clearing that is my home, upon which it felt like I had a lifted weight off my shoulders. Once I was home, I locked all of the doors and windows, but when I looked out the window, I felt watched every single time I looked towards the woods. Finally, I shut my blinds and tried my best to sleep, but I did not sleep that night, not a wink. Unfortunately, that's not where it all ended. According to the ritual, you were supposed to go and collect some of the ashes from the fire the next day, but I didn't do it as I was terrified of going into the woods again. The next night, I could hear a man whistling. The whistling came from the woods, but it was not that of a song, if that makes sense. His whistling would be in tune of a song, but it would be like if something was smashing into your face. It didn't really have a theme or a melody. It was just a singy tune almost. I don't know how to explain it. This went on for about a week, sometimes as close as maybe 10 feet from my window, and sometimes from the edges of the woods or deep inside the woods. After this week of creepy whistling, the whistling was replaced one night by a singular screech-like scream of what sounded like pain coming from within the woods. This scream was womanlike, and not like a man, and this confused me. After that night, the whistling returned and continued for about a month until it finally stopped abruptly. Maybe a half a year has passed since the ending of that month, and I no longer hear things from the woods at night, but there's still something there watching me. Whenever I look at the woods at night, I feel that same feeling of the night of the ritual, and I feel utterly unwelcome, and the hair on the back of my neck stands on end. Anytime I go into the woods during the day, I think I'm being followed. One comfort is that whatever is in those woods doesn't seem to leave them, as I've gone camping in different woods, and it's been completely fine. Since that ritual, I have not gone back to the ritual place out of fear, and I'm tentative to even go back inside the woods in general. Since that incident, I have not touched shamanism in any shape or form. Do you guys reckon I accidentally made the woods here haunted? Some extra information about where I live. I live on a giant limestone ridge of sorts, where it's riddled with caves, and I know some people have died due to these caves. I live on Aboriginal land, so I don't know if that has something to do with it. Bushfires have come through here recently, and I can tell by the many trees that have been left with burn marks on their bases that they're definitely hiding some secrets.
Yes, the forest definitely has its secrets, doesn't it? It's amazing what is hiding in the forest that we just don't see or even pay attention to. Thank you to the Swamp Dweller for coming on in and telling us another spooky story. You can find him at youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. Thousands of stories like this over the years from the Swamp Dweller, and we love it. We love bringing his stories to you here on Spaced Out Radio. Speaking of bringing stories to the table, the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson is back for the Unbiased UFO Report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
right, the fedora wearing Jon Hudson. It's been a busy time this last week with UFOs and more UFOs and politics and UFOs and Congress hearings and UFOs and everything UFOs, man. Have you got enough of it yet? Have you figured out what's going on?
I'm still amazed that so much could be said in a whole week about UFOs without anything actually being said at all. Pretty
Isn't that the truth?
Well, I know I wouldn't go so far. I think that's a little critical. I'm just joking around. No, I think we've made some interesting progress. A lot of it just depends on, and what we'll talk about in a little bit later is what some of the motives were, in the hearings and so forth. But there's a lot of fun stuff going on. But how's your day going, Dave?
My day is going great. Anytime you got the guru on, it just makes things a little bit easier around here. A lot of guests I have to prepare heavily for. The guru, I don't have to prepare very hard for.
So I didn't catch all of it, but I did catch one thing I wanted clarification on. Did I actually hear you say to him that you wanted to find out if there were small furry woodland creatures called brownies that would come and do your chores for you? Did I actually hear that correctly?
No, he said that. He said that back in like the 1300s, there were reports of these little brownies that would come in and actually do your laundry for you and help you with your chores. And how we got on topic with that was there have been reports, including a friend of mine in town named Corey, when she was going to do some laundry, she watched what looked like a little Ewok walk right out of her, out through the doorway, and met her in the hallway. And this thing kind of went, and she screamed, and this thing ran back into her laundry room. And when she finally got brave enough to go look for it, it was gone.
Laundry. Oh.
No, she didn't get her laundry done, but either way, it disappeared. And this thing was full body apparition, dude. Like I'm not saying like see through it. Like it was physical. It was there.
Hey, Dave, real quick question before we get too silent here. Do you know if there's been any history or any occurrence of a cryptid type creature being found where there was anything similar to ectoplasm present?
Ghosts.
Well, no, I know. I don't. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about cryptid, like woodland type stuff, like these brownie type thing. All those. Do you ever is ectoplasm ever found in any of the evidence of those type of creatures as well?
I have never seen it.
Okay.
It could be. Right. It could be. I have never seen it. Yeah. So I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have any brownies in my house that other than ones I eat. So.
Yeah, me either. All right, let's get right to it, man. I want to start off because we got a lot of time with you tonight, which is good. And Lou Elizondo,
yes,
the polarizing figure, the man who many will say has helped disclosure more than anyone on this planet, and the man people will say has been the most dreadful and harmful thing to disclosure on this planet. I tend to lean on the side that he has helped a lot.
Well, but the one thing I will say that at least for me, makes this whole thing more entertaining is that there is actually ample evidence for each side of it, depending on how you interpret information. So
absolutely,
it's not like people are just making up fantasies. I think everyone's got pretty good. I mean, I don't like the way people are reacting to it to each other, but as far as what data seems to be influencing them. A lot of it is stuff that maybe wouldn't have influenced me as much at an earlier time, or might influence me more in the future. It's not to say that it's all going to influence me in the same way, but you can see that there's a lot of thought into it, and people are trying hard to come up with good answers. So there's a lot of concerted effort going on both sides, which is nice to see.
Very, very true. But the main part of this story right now is we knew back about 3.5, 4 weeks ago when we had him on the show that he was calling it quits for a while, didn't know when he would return to the public eye on being a guest on podcasts, radio shows, And outside of major news events, we're talking major media here, he is going to be stepping off into the sunset.
I know.
And
He'll be the spook known as Elizondo. He'll just have a symbol. It'll be rough.
exactly. We're going to have to figure out a T-shirt for our store. Bring back the chin hair. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Have you seen, Where's Lou? A wanted poster or something along those lines.
But I will say this though, and this is hard for me to say because I personally, do fully admit to liking Lou. A lot of it has to do with my own background, with my own involvement with the military and DoD and so forth. But to me, I'm actually, while I'm sorry to see him go from the point of view of I like hearing his interviews, there's a large part of me that's actually really happy he's leaving because he's suffered enough. I mean, whether you want to think that his suffering was self-induced or not, the fact of the matter is that this guy's life has not been pleasant for a fairly long time. Going back into his service, he's had some rough periods as well. And as far as I'm concerned, he deserves to ride off into the sunset and take on whatever adventures he wants to next. And I more power to him. I think it's great that he's doing it. I wish more people could learn how to set tools down and go on to other projects.
Well, I mean, that is a big part of the story. Elizondo has stated that he and his family have had enough. They've had enough of the podcast because of the amount of requests that were coming in on a daily basis. They had enough of the attitude of UFO Twitter. They had enough of the personal attacks. And, according to his people, there have been emails of everything from outlandish attacks and verbal written berations to death threats that have come across. And, in the end, he's a human being. In the end, he is known for a major subject that can be debated. But I think it's one of those things, John, whether you love him or hate him, this community has a very, very bad habit of biting the hand that feeds it. And
this is true. I if you go on to finish, but I just want to make a point. But go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Okay, and what I'm saying by that is, for decades, since J. Allen Hynek, pretty much, this community has wanted, begged, pleaded for somebody to come out like Lou Elizondo and talk UFOs. Someone from the inside, someone with that insider knowledge. And yet, when he finally arrives and gets away from that TTSA garbage and becomes more Lou Elizondo, the front man of ufology, I mean, this guy's taken more shots than Mike Tyson.
Yeah, but it's and once again, this is actually hard for me to say because I've been thinking about this a lot, and it's hard because I really do personally admit to liking Lou, but and I know a little bit about his background before what happened on, which is part of the reason why of my respect for him. But when you get down to it, considering the fact that I am in awe of how few people actually have any bloody clue what counterintelligence actually is. Like, it is astounding how many people have no clue what it is at all. These are lawmen, right? They are lawmen. They are the best of the best, and they are lawmen. And the thing is that they look at the world that way, right? And so they look at the world from that point of view. And so, he said point blank the other day that the part of the reason why he got involved in this in the first place was he was going in to do counter intel into the UFO program to find out if there was anything spooky going on, any leaks, any spooky stuff going on. That's how he got involved. So his entire approach this very beginning was a counter intel approach. Because of the lack of understanding of what counter intel is, because of the overall lack of respect for law enforcement in the United States at this point in time, I don't think he was actually the right person to pick for this kind of position. Whether he was personally picked or not, I'm not saying that he was, but I'm just saying that if you had the choice, And if he had a different background, I don't think him personally I think he's been a fantastic spokesperson from that point of view. But from his background, I really think that the counter intel stuff just put so much shade, mainly due to people's misunderstanding of what it really is, into the system, that it made it so there was going to be a large percentage of the population that wasn't going to trust him no matter what he did.
Well, you know what? And I agree with you on that. But let me agree with you on something here. And I think the public needs to know a little bit about what it means. Okay. Elizondo never wanted to become the front man of ufology. That's what Tom DeLonge was supposed to be until the dreaded Joe Rogan interview. Okay. And when you were making comments about whipping out your penis on camera, the people you're dealing with does not play well with Rockstar. And the issue that Tom DeLonge had, and this can be debated, this is just my theory on this. Okay. There was a time to Rockstar, and then there was a time not to Rockstar. And acting like a rock star, talking about UFOs, when you have the people that you have behind you at the To the Stars Academy as you try to legitimize it, really didn't go over very well with the team. I know that personally from insiders there who told me that. All right. And the idea behind that is they had no choice but to elevate Elizondo as the front man because they couldn't trust DeLonge in order to bring a proper message, which was his job throughout all of this. And I know you're going to disagree with me on this. I could already tell. But
no, I'm just wondering if it really is true that he was the only person they could have brought out, because he did already have a relationship with Cahill and the relationship with other people. So it's possible he could have recruited someone else in to do it if he wanted to. It's possible that TTSA didn't have the funding for that, so that might have forced him into that position. So yeah, but I'm just kind of curious how it's just hard to tell exactly how forced they were into that decision from a financial, political, emotional, friendship basis.
Well, I think that's what ruined the relationship between DeLonge and Elizondo. Elizondo was getting all the publicity on it. DeLonge didn't like it. And trust me, there was a beef between those two that has never been made public.
I know, but this is why I smile at this. This is why I don't understand it. This is why, like, your whole Rockstar comment, I agree with, but to me, it's like saying the sky is blue. It's like, what do you expect from him? He's a rock star.
I agree.
He's not even a normal rock star. He's one of those rock stars. He's one of our California guys, right? So I mean, he's different, right? And so I never understood why anyone thought that they could hurt him in any way, shape, or form. I never understood why anyone thought that he and Elizondo would end up. Those two people were going to be oil and water. Anyone could have guessed that, and I just don't understand why any of this stuff wasn't predicted. It just seems very.
Well, you know what? I think it was the way that when they did their homework on DeLonge to set up the To the Stars Academy, I really do believe that it had a lot of makings towards his social media presence. Okay. And Tom is very good at social media. They looked at the 2 million plus followers on Instagram. They looked at all the numbers and they said, hey, we got a guy. He's written a book about UFOs. He's UFO crazy. Let's set this thing up. Let's come up with a story that he's the man behind it. Either way, he's an easy fall guy for it all in case everything does not work out. And we are able to get this thing going. But I agree with you. Elizondo was not the right front man. He never wanted to be the front man. He was forced into it. And John,
I think he did a great job considering what he had up against him. I mean, for sure.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off there because we do got to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We're going to continue with the unbiased UFO report here on Spaced Out Radio with the fedora wearing Jon Hudson. We may take this right to the top of the hour, probably after the show as well. Yeah. I think that's a show we're going to have to do is Where's Lou? Not who's Lou. Where's Lou now? On Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear.
You know, the thing that's going to be hard is that he's not really going to be able to disengage, and you know, it'll be interesting to see. You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the next 2 years actually ended up being more emotionally challenging for Elizondo than the last 2 years was.
Well,
there's a lot of value to the community contact.
He said
there's
on
a lot of
this
mental
show,
health value to it.
Yeah, he said on this show though he feels he can get much more done. But like I told him, and like I told Cahill, the biggest problem that they have is if we're in a manual transmission car and the car is ufology, the majority of us are in first gear going into second. They're in fifth gear going into sixth. Okay? They are so far advanced from the are they ours, are they theirs conversation that they have a hard time reeling it back for the people of ufology to even understand.
Yeah, but you realize how backwards, because most of ufology already believed they were real, right? So it is kind of a recursive sort of situation.
Yeah, but John, it goes well beyond that, though, man. It goes into that heavy conversation that people are laughing at, but going whoa about with Representative Gallagher, talking about time travel, talking about maybe it's us from the future. You know, you can sit there and roll your eyes and smirk all you want, dude.
No,
okay? But I know 100% for a fact that conversation has been had because people in the know have had that conversation with me. I don't buy it. I don't want to buy it, but you got to keep open-minded to it.
No, I don't know what you thought I was reacting to. My reaction was to the idea that we have U.S. Congress critters on podcasts talking about time travel being a logical hypothesis for the solution to alien. Like I'm just still kind of in awe of all of it, to be very honest. So I was not reacting to what you were saying. I was reacting to the idea.
I apologize for taking it that way then, bud. I apologize for that. You know?
Yeah. But it is definitely times, yeah. And the thing is that, you know, I mean, with Elizondo, you know, I can't imagine what it would have been for him. But you know, it's I didn't even see what was oh, you know, I don't think you were rude, man. It's all good. But you know, but the thing is that, you know, I guess the challenge is that we have no idea like what else he thinks he needs to do. So we have no idea like what sort of touch points are still going to exist. He's obviously still going to be talking to Cahill and so forth because they're friends and so forth. So he's going to have, you know, he's going to have all these back channel contacts. And so it'll be interesting to see how he rolls, how he plays this out. You know, I hope he gets a lot of time just to fish and hike and camp and whatever it is he likes to do, work on cars. I don't care whatever his bliss is. I hope he gets a lot of it.
I will tell you this. I saw a video from his house and the mountains that are around him.
Yeah.
He is in heaven, dude.
Yeah.
He is for an believe it or not, Elizondo, for people who don't know, he is actually quite introverted. And where he lives, his property is surrounded by mountains. He is in heaven where he is in Wyoming. I don't know where in Wyoming. I just saw a quick video of a camera passing, like, look at the mountains. Okay. And it was beautiful there.
Yeah. I saw like one picture out of his backyard or something. And I was like, it's like he's living in a postcard. It's like, no.
All he's missing is the waterfall off the mountains. You know what I'm saying?
The bear is trying to eat him. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure that'll happen because that is
No,
definitely
dude.
bear.
You do a bear's going to be terrified of that, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, true enough. True enough. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Heidi, Donnie Cho ×2, Anonymous Rex, and Cat Chaser for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate the love and support that you guys are giving us here on Spaced Out Radio. And we're going to kick off the final half hour here momentarily with the fedora wearing Jon Hudson. Here we go. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've been missing most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time tonight, we bring in the fedora-wearing Jon Hudson and the Unbiased UFO Report. And right before the break, we were talking about Lou Elizondo saying sayonara to his media tour, at least for now. Of course, John, if his book ever does come out this year, you know there's going to be another media tour for that, because there always is.
Yeah, there is. I don't know. I'm super baffled as to how that book's going to be handled. I'm really confused by that one. But the thing is that we're going to keep getting information about this for a long time, because what's going to be really neat is probably in about 60 years. We'll probably get access to the information of what he was doing before the UFO program. And I think once people get the understanding of what he was doing before the UFO program, they're going to get a very, very different perspective of Elizondo. Me personally, I don't have any insider knowledge about specifically what he did, but I do have that kind of knowledge about other people that held similar roles to him, and I know their stories. And I mean, it is about as bad as you can possibly imagine it. It really is. It's awful. It's awful. And so it'd be interesting to see how that stuff rolls out as well. And the other thing too is we don't know, what does this free him up for? Does this free him up to be involved in the what are we calling it again? This something smog or something?
AIMSOG.
AIMSOG. Go America. Maybe now he can join AIMSOG, and they need outfits. AIMSOG needs outfits. They need costumes with capes. He might be free to do that. He might be free to get involved in more of the programs. I mean, the thing is that he is, there's no, myself included, very few of us have any understanding of the taxing effort it is doing that number of podcasts, and having to say that whole thing over and over and over again, and having people constantly trying to trip you up, and some of them going really well and some not going really well. I mean, it's just very, very taxing. So the amount of time he's going to have to dedicate to all sorts of things will be astounding once he really kind of pivots from. And it's true in any field. It's true in any field. The instant you have a PR side of it, the world changes vastly, right? It vastly changes it. It always does.
It does. What does this mean for the UFO community over the next few months as Elizondo steps into the background and says, I'm done with this? I'm curious to see if he's going to keep tweeting too.
So I don't think so. In the event that by some chance Elizondo actually watches this, and please don't take offense by what I'm about to say, But I think that ultimately it's going to give us a chance to heal, because the challenge is that Elizondo has become a lightning rod, and he has become this incredibly emotional focal point of he's become a demarc between the division of groups, and people feel very, he's basically become the new Bob Lazar as far as like, how much, vitriol and just it's awful. And so I think that, I think with him out of the picture, I think maybe we can finally get back to talking about, the actual issues and less about the people delivering the issues.
Well, you know what? He is so polarizing, whether you're on Team Elizondo or whether you are not. The fact that this man has literally stirred up everything that can be imagined in the UFO field by every type of person has an opinion on what they feel. I mean, there's not a person in the UFO community that doesn't. Do you feel that this is going to go away quietly, or do you feel that we are in for months of conversation, people breaking down his every move from the beginning to the end?
Wow. Boy, you just made this conversation go really dark and depressing fast. I hope not. Well, I think it really all just depends on the flow of information. I think anytime you find a lull, anytime there is an absence of information, you're going to have a couple people reaching back into their back pocket and going, hey, I learned this new 10% about Elizondo. I can now tack it onto their 20% I knew before, and I can do an update to my presentation. Maybe I should, throw it online. It's going to happen. But I mean, I think ultimately, the thing is that what continued to fuel the fire was every time he did anything, the people that liked what he did talked about it, and the people that hated what he did talked about it. So if we don't know about anything he's doing anymore, if we're completely unaware of anything he's doing anymore, then there's significantly less to argue about, right? Now to be, realistic and pragmatic, what's actually going to happen is everyone's just going to redirect all that animosity towards Sean Cahill, and Sean gets to play with it for a while, and we get to see how he deals with it, which will be interesting. But hopefully it'll be a little less. Hopefully it'll be a little different. But to a certain degree, to a certain degree, the community does need a boogeyman. And so you could argue that that's a role to play, and maybe that's not a bad role for Elizondo to play, especially in absence, because you can kind of use him as this figure of to kind of redirect negative emotions, and he's not really real anymore, so it's okay.
Does he deserve the criticism, the patronizing, the anger that he has received over the last, say, 6-7 months? Do you think that's deserving?
He absolutely. Okay, look, no one deserves anger, but at the same time, anyone who's feeling anger has a right to feel it. So, as far as I'm concerned, like, everyone had their right to express their anger toward him if they had the opportunity to do so. However, the way in which people did this, the methods they used to do this, the styles, characteristics, the terminology, the language they used to do this was all, stuff that I would not want my 6-year-old daughter doing. Right? It's all
right.
Ridiculous. Right? So no, absolutely not. None of it is warranted. None of it is, honestly, a lot of that stuff, like I really honestly, like very personally, really struggle sometimes to understand how some of those people that say some of those things can look at themselves in the mirror. I really do. Because those are things I wouldn't say to any human ever, under any circumstances. But people get emotional. So the anger, absolutely, there's good reasons to be angry at Elizondo, right? Not necessarily because of something he did intentionally, but just because of the position he holds, because of the information that he's withholding, because of the way he withholds it, because of there's lots of reasons. Now, these are reasons that I don't subscribe to myself, but I can certainly understand why some people would. I can certainly, empathize with them to a degree and go, yeah, I get that, but you can be very, very creative. You can be very constructive about it. You take someone like the way Lynn Wallington's handled it. Like, I really like the way that she's handled it, in public. She's made it very clear how critical she is, but she's never been, rude or any of that stuff to him, right? So it's you can play this straight if you want to.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who have been critical, not just Lynn Wallington, but people like Michael Huntington, taken a lot of heat over the years regarding his alleged hatred for Elizondo that has been cooked up by the UFO community. And I think of, John Greenwald has never tried to make it personal with Elizondo. I think he's just tried to say, look, I have different information that I am getting from the sources. I'm putting that out there. It makes me wonder. All right. But on the flip side, go ahead.
Hunt and I agree with you, but the problem with Greenwald is that on his own, I agree with you, but there were several times where he went on to Jimmy Church's show and would get dragged into it, and he actually said a lot of negative things about Elizondo.
At the beginning, I would say at the beginning, before he interviewed Elizondo, I would agree with you there. All right. But a lot of us had a lot of negative things to say about Elizondo and et al. And until they left the To the Stars Academy, because the To the Stars Academy was not allowing them to be interviewed by anybody who had any pointed questions. Thank you, Carrie DeLong. Right. And that's just the way it was. But moving forward here, I don't think that a lot of people who criticized Elizondo or asked questions or critiqued him were doing it out of spite or malice. They just had questions that they wanted answered.
Oh, I disagree. I think they had developed a lot of spite and malice over time.
Well, you didn't let me finish again.
Oh, sorry.
I think, though, that there was, a large portion of people out there, without giving them any press, who were absolutely willing to throw knives at this guy and throw any type of sharp, pointy object at him because they didn't feel that he was worthy of the pride that he was receiving, especially from the UFO community, those who are literally holding him up like a demigod.
Well, and you had several people who essentially spent a fair amount of time believing and defending him, and then they reached some point where they got some tidbit of information that for some reason was a tipping point for them, and then they flipped over, and then they sometimes become the most vocal, the most aggressive haters because they're basically emotionally traumatized from the whole thing. So it can get really nasty.
Well, you know what? It's one of those things, John, where we're going to be polarized by this, not for weeks, not for months, years. 10, 15 years, 20 years down the road, they are still going to be talking about Elizondo if the aliens haven't arrived by then. I really do believe that. I really do.
I really hope not, but I'm afraid you're right. God, I really hope not. Please no. But yeah, you're probably right.
Well, I mean, he's going to be held in the same regard as J. Allen Hynek. And I'm saying in popularity. You may not agree with him or not, but the one thing that I learned about Elizondo over his time was you really had to read between the lines. I mean, I don't agree with anybody out there who says he didn't tell us anything. He never answered a question. He never, ever gave any information. I tend to disagree with that. I think he was smart enough to know that he left a lot of Easter eggs out there, and people just haven't read between the lines to find what those Easter eggs are, to put two and two together. Sometimes they were a little bit more obvious than what they were to other interviews.
Yeah.
Example, the Roswell interview he had with Ben and Joe on UFO Garage.
That was nuts.
Where they started talking about Roswell. And Lou said, he pretty much gave it away. He said, you don't send a platoon out there to pick up a weather balloon. And
That was so weird.
And you don't send a triaxle heavy hauler trailer out there for a weather balloon. That's obvious to me.
It was amazing. I honestly, I'd forgotten that he said it until just now, and like I'm still amazed that like no one's like done any fault. I mean, I don't know what you do, but yeah, I mean, but the thing is that I understand it because look, this whole community forever has been all about sleight of hand and reading between the lines and innuendo and hints and this and that, and the whole reason why people wanted an official figure to come out was because they didn't want to do that dance anymore. They wanted definitive, clear, confident statements that meant what they were going to say. And I can understand people's desire for that, thinking they would get it, and then acting very negatively to the need to then go read between the lines. Because the challenge with that is that, some people get trained in that because of their fields. Some people get trained in that for other reasons. I got trained in it because of the work I did with them and so forth. But the problem is that you can get, two different people misinterpreting, what was really said. So, it becomes quite challenging.
Very true. Very true. John, you know what? I'm going to set up a show here. I'm going to look at our calendar and I'm going to set up a show about Elizondo. Maybe we'll do it for the round table. I'll specifically create the round table on the 27th for strictly Elizondo. And I think that's going to be a good show.
You could do like a dating game style where like each door is like his next career.
Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Why not, man? Why not? Okay, let's move on. CNN was talking to UFOs. Tell us what that's all about.
This was cool. I will try to send the link. This was cool. This was what's the guy's name? Chris Cizal. I don't remember the guy's name, but it's a 6-minute video. It is not as serious as we would all like. However, it was an evolutionary leap in that instead of actually playing the X-Files music, he just made the comment, cue the X-Files music, and like kind of rolled his own eyes, like acknowledging that the joke is there, but not actually doing it, right? They had an alien little picture that showed up at once. But other than that, he dealt with the topic very cleanly. And what impressed me is that he clearly, they clearly did some of their own analysis of what was out there, because he lays down a framework for what happened, when, and why. And it's not off from what I know, but it is a little different. But what was really interesting was that, and we're talking about 6 minutes here, in that 6 minutes, he probably dedicated 45 seconds or more to a really nice statement about Harry Reid, and about how much this meant to Harry Reid, and about what a good thing this was that everyone was doing this because it meant something. That was cool. He also tied in Bigelow and told Bigelow's origin story, which, I mean, I think I'd heard it once or twice before, but it's not something you hear often. The whole thing about, I think it was his parents who died in the plane crash, and the grandparents telling him that they thought it was a UFO that was somehow involved in the crash, or it was family. I don't remember the exact details, but the fact that you had this guy on CNN telling Bigelow's origin story in a 6-minute UFO segment was weird. But to be honest with you, if he hadn't covered Bigelow, it wouldn't have been an honest report, right? Because Bigelow does have a big part to play. So he did a good job of kind of taking a look at it. It wasn't, quite as serious as I would like. It didn't hit every point I would like, but I was really pleased. I thought it was a really good 6-minute thing. It was good.
Very cool. Okay. I think we're going to end up seeing more of this. I really do. I really do. I think there's going to be more features coming up on specialty news channels regarding this, especially if we start seeing more hearings and more politicians talk about it. I really do believe that this is where we're going to see it.
Well, because you and I know that there's newsrooms all over the world where there's people that have been sitting on stories or trying to get stories, acknowledged, and now they're going to think they have a shot, right? And we're starting to see that. Gary McKenna even came out with a new article, right? I mean, that's what happens every time a new thing happens. Everyone comes out of the woodworks and goes, "Remember me?" So it'll be fun.
All right, 45 seconds left, John. Where do we see this going in the next few days to a couple of weeks?
I honestly, I don't really see anything happening. I mean, there might be some fallout. The problem is that any activity that would happen in that short period of time would have been driven by the closed door hearing. It would not be driven by the open door hearing. However, and something I need to check into myself, but I'm meaning to, I don't know if I don't know exactly what happens when you enter in a foreign document into congressional record. I think there's a small chance that it might trigger a certain evaluation of the document, which would be interesting. Yeah, and that's something I got to find out. That could be fallout. That could be interesting fallout. But I don't expect anything. And the thing is, it's not until we get GameSog.
Dude, we're running out of time here. I got to cut you off there, John.
But until that group gets built out, not a lot's going to happen. So yeah.
All right, the fedora wearing Jon Hudson. Thank you so much for a great unbiased UFO report. Thank you to Swamp Dweller for another amazing visit from the swamp, and of course, the crypto guru Ronald Murphy hanging on with us, taking on all the monster talk he could handle. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Facebook, Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right. We're going to have a special time. John, I don't know how much time you have. Do you have your daughter with you tonight?
Yeah, I do. But she's having fun right now, so I got a couple minutes.
Okay. So what we're going to do here, I'm feeling quite awake, and I don't have to work in the morning. What we're going to do here is, while I'm editing up this show, I'm going to take questions. If you guys want to hang out in the chat room, John will be here as long as he can be. If you have any questions regarding Lou Elizondo and the entire last 4 years regarding him, post your questions in capital letters, and we will answer those questions for you to the best of our ability. But it's strictly on disclosure and Elizondo. Okay, whatever you want to ask, you ask away. We're going to leave it for you guys. So hit the roads, boys and girls. It's time to have some fun here. Don't leave. We're going to have a good time coming up here momentarily.
Now, real quick before we get into that, Dave, do you think that there's a chance that a spark could be lit under the nuke issue? I'm seeing a little bit of traction on that, and I'm getting kind of hopeful that we might actually see something.
Absolutely. I think you're completely right there. You are completely right.
We'll almost have to wait to see which things, like which leads different periodicals pick up on, and then decide to sink their teeth into.
Yep. 100% agree with you, bud. 100% agree with you on that one.
It'll take time.
Yes, indeed. Let me just load this up. Get rid of these. That one could get rid of. All right. Indrid, we're going to start with you on this one. What was Lou's most important thing he told us? You didn't have to hit us with a sledgehammer for that first question. For me, it was to keep an open mind with what was being said. Okay, for me, it was a lot of things that he was saying about politicians getting angry over what we were learning. We saw a little bit of that this week with Tim Burchett. We saw Kristen Gillibrand get worked up over this subject. Marco Rubio. I forget Gallagher's first name. I can never remember his first name. But we're seeing real people, okay, elected officials, whether they have an agenda or not, actually getting really, really frustrated and angry with the blockages that we have been seeing throughout the years. I think that was huge. The Easter eggs that he dropped in every interview, and he did it in ours, he did it with other shows, that was huge too. Once you started...
He admitted to doing that. He told people, I do this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We even called him out on that.
Yeah.
About the Easter eggs that he talks about. So, was it one thing? No. But there was always telling things. Like, for instance, when all of a sudden, it was probably about 9 months ago, when all of a sudden Elizondo and Mellon stopped using the words Russia and China. Nobody caught on to that. But they were not having any more of it because they knew that if they kept saying Russia and China, that people would continue thinking that this was a human threat.
They had to do it for a period of time and they stopped.
Absolutely. They had to do it in order to get the conversation going in D.C.
And to diffuse it. I mean, you had to diffuse it, so you didn't have a choice in the matter. I would actually say that I agree with everything you're saying, Dave. But I think if I had to really try to pick, I think I would end up falling on two specific statements.
You mentioned those. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Here.
One would be in line with what Dave said, in that I think specifically his story about the religious resistance. We all knew there was resistance. We did not know exactly what it was and what it looked like. And I think him conveying that story about that one individual that he who approached him and told him to stop working on this because it was all devils and demon, but whatever he said it was. That to me, that was arguably the most important thing he said. The second thing is a close second, and the only reason why I can't really say whether it's more important or not is because I don't think the true meaning of it is available to us yet. But it's an instinct I have, let's call it, and that is his analogy about how a cigarette burns, and about the size of the cherry, and essentially how that might relate to how different species might perceive time. That, for us, the present is always this very little part of the tip of the cigarette that's red, it's burning. But what if there's another species that was able to grow that red part larger, so that for them, their present is actually a larger piece of time? And that was deep. That was interesting. That was that was not only helpful, but that spawned a lot of very interesting conversations with a lot of different people. And I don't think the payout from that statement has even gotten to us yet. So I would put those two things as the two most important things that he said. I think the things that other people would bring up would be his mentioning in support of Roswell. I think another one would be his statements in undying support of Eric Davis. I think that's been very, very important. I think that will end up being more important as time goes on. I think that I think that while it hurt him at the time, I think his essential endorsement of remote viewing, I think, could be seen as pretty impactful. I think that I think there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that he's hinted at and touched on that he did first, and then others have carried on afterwards, but he sparked it. And so, I think, I guess what I'm getting to is I think you could take six good, smart, well-read people, have them each come up with two different things that were the most important things that Lou Alexander said. And after hearing all 12 of those, you might end up agreeing with, 10 of them, because not that they would be your 10, but just you could understand why, the other people would pick those 10. Because, a lot of it was, it was impactful, right? I mean, I can't remember what he actually said, but there was something he said about crash retrievals that was a big deal too. There's been a couple things he's said that have been really impactful. But for me, it was the cigarette thing, and then it was the Christian the Christian resistance idea. Just blew my mind. Absolutely blew my mind. Blew my mind. All right. Well, hey, if you guys are quick and ask more questions, then I can answer them, and you don't have to deal with Dave's opinion. Even though Dave's listening. Let's see. What about the Canadian lady talking yesterday? I'm sorry, Patrick. I don't know what you're referring to. Sammy Hagar. Oh boy, that guy, man. I know it's going to bring a lot of hate, but I actually liked it when Sammy sang with Fanny. I actually liked it. Sammy Hagar. He's got some stories. I don't know if you guys heard, but he was interviewed a while ago. I think it was an old episode of Coast or something like that, and he actually talked about that. He talked about the Sammy Hagar connection. He talked about his UFO connection. I don't know what that was, but we recently got a hold of that recently.
Go to the next question here. What color rat was that? Tint was that? Is that rat on his chin? He has a full beard now. He retired the chin hair, which I'm still pissed off about.
Yeah, let's go with it.
What precisely that you two know of did Lou actually do in the government before the TTSA? Well, he did a lot of stuff. I mean, he was counterintelligence. We know he was an army soldier. We know he worked at Guantanamo. We know he led the ATIP program. We know he was counterterrorism. We know he was counterintelligence. We know quite a bit that had been confirmed by government officials like Harry Reid. We know he worked at Skinwalker Ranch or investigated Skinwalker Ranch. We know a lot about what he did. John, you want to add to?
I'm just a little hesitant as to what I should say because some of it is conjecture based on what I know of other people that were in his position, and I don't really want to but here it goes. So when Elizondo was at Guantanamo, he wasn't just there. There were SAP programs that were had direct relationship to Guantanamo Bay. SAP programs that had to do with all sorts of stuff, and he was essentially in charge of the SAP programs that were related to Guantanamo. So this means that he was directly involved in a lot of the information gathering from the detainees, and he became a key component in the trial I believe the still coming trial for Sheikh Mohammed, I believe it was. I don't remember correctly.
Muhammad.
Yeah, I believe it was. And then prior to that, Elizondo had held many different counterterrorism roles physically in Afghanistan, and so what that means is that you're going into really well run, really high security, really well functioning bases and units and so forth, and then you have to look for spies, you have to look for rats. You got to look for people that are trying to sell out the American public for money, right? It's not a happy job at all, right? So, yeah. I mean, it's very hard, and I know for a fact that Elizondo, his name was personally on a hit list in Afghanistan. I don't know where he was on the list, but I know he was on a list. I know of a specific list he was on, and he was very well known, and he was seen as a someone who would be wise to take out. He was also involved in some of the very early incursion into Afghanistan to find bin Laden and others in the early days. I don't remember if he went with the first unit, but he went early. He went very early, but like I said, counterintelligence, counterterrorism is, I think, in many ways even worse. But all this stuff. I mean, you're basically, you're trying to find your own people that have turned on you. You're not looking for Russians. You're not looking for anyone else. You're looking for Americans that have decided to turn on their own country. It's not nice at all in any way, shape, or form. What he did prior to counter intel, I'm not sure. I know I know he played in intelligence pretty early in his career. Language loose speak. Well, okay, it depends on fluent is variable, but I'm gonna guess about 5. I think 4 or 5. Because I mean, I think there's at least 3 you would need to learn to operate in the Afghan region. I think at least 3. But he might not still be, smooth in all those languages too.
Right.
And the thing is, if you want to get a taste for what it means when one of these career intel people really focus on a country for a long time, read Brennan's book. John Brennan just recently came out with a biography, and I had no idea how much time that man had lived abroad, had dragged his wife around the world, how many places he'd lived in, how much he'd done in other countries before ending up in that role. And you really get an understanding that a lot of these people who were focused on certain regions of the world really ended up falling in love with those regions and really ended up like doing their best to improve things, even if it didn't look that way from our point of view.
Right. I think that's a solid answer there. All right, let's give me 2 seconds here and we'll move on to another one here. Christine, is Lou like that because he signed an NDA and or because he's afraid of the MIB or whatever? He takes his NDAs very, very seriously. He when you're that deep into the ball game, there's a lot you can lose. Your retirement, your status, trying to get another job. I mean, that's just the light stuff about it. I mean, we're talking lifetime in jail. We're talking, affecting his children and their futures, his futures, everything along those lines. I mean, you sign everything off.
And there's different levels. Okay, so there are security oaths that come into different levels of classification, different levels of rank. There's more general stuff where you're swearing, your allegiance and this sort of thing. Then, if you are exposed to a specific thing, right, then an NDA can be brought in to address that specific thing, right? And so you're tied to all of these, right? And so hold on. No. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do. I mean, basically, if you look at the kind of ramifications that you can face in these situations, in the case of the NDA, the limitations are, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I got to walk my daughter to the bathroom. The lights are off. I'll be right back, and we can continue this. Give me 1 second here.
All right. No, I don't think it had anything to do with Men in Black or anything along those lines. We'll continue on here. Donnie Cho, was Lou Elizondo seen as a disinformation agent? There's a lot in the UFO community who will say that he was in charge of really stirring up what people were finding on this. I tend to disagree with that. I mean, you didn't have to cause 4 years of ruckus to throw in a bunch of upheaval on the UFO community. We've had that for years. I mean, look at the Rick Doty affair with Paul Benowitz. I mean, that is one of them where Paul Benowitz was driven nuts by Doty. And that's the truth of the matter, to the point where he ended up killing himself. Right? So
what I want to add really quick to that, because I was listening, is that just kind of give you guys an idea. So just healthcare, Okay, just think about healthcare. Okay, imagine you have multiple family members, basically all getting healthcare because of your situation, and then suddenly that gets pulled, right? Like the cost that would then incur to your family. I mean, there's so many different places where you can get harmed. There's so many different places, retirement, additional ranks in the future, your entire career. A lot of them will actually result in physical jail time. Certain NDAs will result in significant jail time. And I know that there are some other conditions that have been hinted at. I don't know what they are. But I also know that in some cases, they don't really bother necessarily stipulating consequences because they're the sort of things where, like for example, if you were ever involved in a USAP, so an unidentified SAP, or a WUSAP, a waived unidentified SAP, then you can never ever talk about it. Not even on your deathbed, ever. You die with it. That's it. The only exception would be if the person in charge of that program declassified it, which doesn't happen. And so there's no, it's you never ever talk about it ever, because the consequences are just they're not just consequences for you, they're consequences for your whole family. They could have consequences on your future generations. I mean, it's really rough. It's really rough. They make it rough for a reason.
Very true. Very, very true. And one of the big things that we also need to know is that they're not going to put their families on the line, guys. I mean, it's different if you don't have children or you don't have a wife or kids. Yeah. Elizondo is very dedicated to his family, and his daughters are older. His wife, as he says, he spent a lot of years away from his wife of 30 years. And and that says a lot about what he is doing and what's happening here. I mean, it really is a tough time for him. Let's go to River Dogma. Subject touched on earlier tonight. Could UFOs be a manifestation of our own minds or of our government with the use of Elizondo? My answer to that would be no.
Wait.
Because we're not manifesting them. They are coming on their own abilities. Now, certain people can summon UFOs through manifestation, through meditation, and potentially, if they are already connected on an experiential level, they may be able to do that.
And you could have a scenario, for example, where there are never any UFOs in space. That all travel is perhaps done interdimensionally, or it could be that everything travels as an orb.
A little so bad.
It's only when they get there and they see someone and they get some sense of what they want to see that then the orb presents the UFO, right? So there's some possibilities of that. I mean, it just kind of depends. My personal opinion at this point is that it's a mix. That that there are some of the craft out there are physical enough that if they were to crash, you could actually grab it and tear it apart and look at it under a scope and so forth. But I do believe that some percentage of them are essentially orbs that are showing you a UFO because for some strange reason you're going to react better to the UFO than the orb. Teach their own, right? So.
All right.
You're laughing on the other side now.
let's go to another.
Oh,
one
shit.
here.
I'll call you back.
There's another channel going on here with Enzo BigWilly.
But I was saying,
and,
all you need, Enzo, is get like a
hold
piece
on,
of tape.
Let's mute that one. Let's go over here. Oh,
That's fine.
let me just remove myself from
God.
this mess right
Oh,
here.
he's talking about us on.
I am talking about you guys. Enzo, BigWilly, and Grant were in training for StreamYard tonight, so they are in another room right now, behind the scenes, in another green room. All right, let's go to Obi again. Do you guys know if Lou Elizondo is an experiencer? If yes, type question mark.
So
I'll let
for
John
me, it
first.
depends on, unfortunately, how you and I hate doing this. I feel like Bill Clinton, like, well, it depends on how you define if. It depends on how you define experiencer, right? For example, I myself have seen two objects in the sky at two different points in time that looked like nothing terrestrial at all, look like nothing else I've ever seen before in my life, have no explanation whatsoever, and did things that shouldn't be possible. Now, does that mean I'm an experiencer? In my opinion, absolutely not, because I don't know what I saw. Both of what I saw could have been completely mundane explanations, right? At this point, I don't know, but the thing is, so for me, that's not an experience. An experiencer is someone who, I mean, they don't necessarily, like, and this is where I think these nuances get problematic, because I historically, I would have said it's someone who's been on ship. But you take, for example, the interaction you had with Samantha, where you went out, you saw a being, right? The being was within proximity to you. You didn't communicate with the being, but she did. And the being communicated to her about you. So the being was able to scan you in some way, shape, or form. That, I think, still qualifies as an experiencer. But I don't know if we need to like start defining levels of experiencer, like, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, right? Because if you've had a probe based relationship, I would suggest you have a little more intimate relationship with the aliens than someone who's just seen one in the forest, right? So I think you do have to kind of, and I think that these people who have had, or at least report having these multi-year relationships with their abduction systems, where they even have what appears to be like a minder, like someone, an alien in particular that goes with them over like a long age, where that's the one with them the whole time that kind of reassure, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of those stories are crazy intense, right? And those are by all means experiencers. I mean, that to me is like the ultimate level of what we're talking about. And so as far as Elizondo is concerned, I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that he has seen way more physical evidence than is required for him to believe that it's real. I don't necessarily believe that he's interacted with another species of any sort. I don't necessarily believe that he's ever been on another ship. But I don't base that on anything else than just my own guess. So I'm happy to be wrong on that.
You and I will agree to disagree on this.
Yeah.
I think Elizondo is a complete experiencer who, unfortunately, due to his knowledge of what he knows, cannot come out and say it, cannot come out and talk about what he knows publicly, what he has been asked to do publicly, what he has been experienced with. Let's remember, he is going to be visiting the Monroe Institute here very soon. We know that. That's public knowledge. We know that he is a remote viewer. That's public knowledge. We know that he said on this show that when I asked him if he had ever seen any alien grays, he pretty much went around the corner, leaving those Easter eggs, pretty much saying that he has seen extraterrestrials. I think he's a complete experiencer. I don't know to the depth of it, but I will guarantee that he knows much more than what a lot of people know. And that is well beyond the government side of things. And from what I have heard from
Can
people...
I do a quick qualifier?
Sure.
Do you think he's seen this in video and film, or or you think he's seen them in person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my opinion. Okay? That's my opinion. An experiencer knows other experiencers. We give off this weird energy, and those who've had experience will understand what I'm saying. But do I think he's an experiencer? Yes, I do. And from what I heard from sources of mine, you don't get into that type of program unless you've had experience. And the Pentagon is full of experiencers who look into this. We'll leave it at that.
So one of the reasons why I question it is because, in my opinion, if you were sending in a counter intel person to infiltrate a UFO unit, you would not want them to be an experiencer because it would create a bias.
I think this topic, you need that connection because, John, it's not a ET
in every other role, but counter intel.
Okay,
I don't know.
Okay, listen to me for a quick second.
Yeah.
When it comes to ET, you don't choose; they choose.
Well, I would assume so.
Exactly.
The ball is kind of in their court. Right?
They're not going to go through a government resume program. They are going to call on the ones, much like you saw at Close Encounters of the Third Kind. They had the entire team lined up to go on the ship. They ended up taking one, who was the experiencer, who they called out. Which was Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, the movie though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just to me the bias it would create for a counter intel person.
I'm allowed to speak. Okay, I'm allowed to speak. Okay, and what I'm saying to you is that skeptical answer of sarcasm that you just gave. Well, that's just a movie. That's not a movie for the experiencers. That's reality. That's why we have people. You can have a group of 10 people and only 5 see the phenomena happening. Not all 10. And there's a craft hovering right above you. Because the phenomena only shows itself to those who it wants to see. It's the one in control. That's what I'm saying.
I totally agree with that. But all I'm saying is that when they were selecting Elizondo to perform a role of counter intel into this group, if he was already an experiencer at that point, he should have been removed because I only believe this specifically for the counter intel role.
Well, I understand
because you need an adversarial situation. It would create such a empathy problem, and it would create a serious empathy problem. You would start empathizing with the experiencers, and then you'd have no ability to actually ferret out the spies.
Well, then he did a hell of a job, didn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think that's. I don't know. I don't think that's. I don't know. My understanding is that's not how you run a program, but I totally could be wrong.
Nikki is asking, how many languages do you think Lou speaks? I know he speaks English. I know he speaks Spanish. I don't know of anything else.
Yeah, he probably had to learn several of the different Farsi dialects and so forth. Like some of the local languages and so forth.
Right. Right. Thank you again, Donnie, for the hat trick of super chats tonight. Really do appreciate that. Any other questions that we have here? Just scrolling on down. John, you just said something major. The NDAs can cover future generations of the one who signed. So, like children, grandchildren, great grandchildren. What about siblings, nieces, nephews?
I don't mean the NDA is going to specifically call it punishment for those people. What I mean is that, let me give you an example. My third great grandfather wanted to go into the Naval Academy, but he could not even submit an application because his father was a Confederate captain, right? Now he was able to get in through the recommendation of a Union general that basically vouched for him, right? But it's to say that one, you're going to have direct impact to the family and children of that person, but there's a strong possibility of second and third generation ramifications, either from stigma or from loss of benefits or from some career path being impacted. I mean, there's so many ways that you can have secondary and tertiary effects that are very hard to predict.
I'm not even touching that question because I wouldn't know.
Which one?
The one that you just answered. All right. GFG. What do you think about Lou's comments yesterday on a legitimate triangle UFO that exists in the public sphere? I think it's extremely possible. They have been putting, I mean, you look at the original Tic Tac video, that came out in 2007. It was confirmed in 2017. So the fact that there is real UFO evidence out there that has been released either by the public or by the military on YouTube, you guys, you got to remember the entire social media platform is infiltrated with military and alphabet agency spies looking into this program, looking into these programs to gauge people's reactions on what is real. So if Elizondo says that there is a real triangle, legitimate triangle UFO out there that exists, I bet you there's more than one. I bet you there's dozens of them out there. I really do. How about you, John?
Someone she wanted to watch on TV. She thought it was funny. That's all. Yeah. So basically, it was funny because that comment basically triggered a whole search. Basically, a bunch of us started like going, "Well, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, there's a video out there that is." So everyone started searching. Like everyone started searching every triangle video they had and started throwing them up on Twitter, going, "Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it?" I think we might have narrowed it down to 2, I believe. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say for sure. But the thing is that it was completely illogical. Or I take it back. If you assume that any of them are real, then it's completely illogical to assume that none of the videos online are real, right? Some percentage of them have to occasionally catch something real, right? I mean, I totally believe that that what Elizondo said is accurate. I have no doubt.
Yeah, you and I are in the same agreement there. Christine is wondering, does anyone know if Doty was a disinformationist turned informationist? From what I know, Doty is not very well respected within the intelligence community by certain members.
No.
Okay. Many think he's a hothead, doing his own grandiose work. A lot of people believe that he was a disinformation agent regarding UFOs, but he took it too far, especially with, leading to the death of Paul Benowitz, which was a suicide. He wasn't murdered. But they believe that it was because Doty kept filling his head and Benowitz kept believing that Benowitz ended up being.
You know what's sad though is it like if they hadn't gotten in touch, if Doty had not gotten in touch with Benowitz, it still wouldn't have ended well for Benowitz, because he was gathering telemetry on a top secret program being run out of Sandia National Laboratories. Okay, like yeah, it was the Air Force Base, right? But that's where Sandia is located. I know because I've been there. And so for him to be living on the outskirts, to be gathering telemetry on a top secret program and thinking it's a UFO, and publishing that information, things were going to go bad for him one way or the other, like over time, right? So yeah, I'm not trying to defend Doty's behavior, and I don't know how much Doty exacerbated or didn't exacerbate his suicidal tendencies, but to answer the person's question, we know for a fact that Doty was Air Force intelligence, and we know he's actually talked in spades about his own orders to confuse Benowitz with UFO stories, and he also talks about the activities of other units that he was aware of that would use the alien story to confuse people, would take advantage. I mean, would do all sorts of ugly. Doty's told a lot of really crazy stories that are really hard to process because you really just don't know. I mean, I'd like to think he's telling the truth now, because I'd like to think that someone that had to lie for that long would get bloody sick of it. But it's yeah, I don't know.
I agree with you. Are there any more questions from our audience? Any more regarding Lou Elizondo, his departure from ufology?
Let me just make a quick comment, Stephanie Jackson. Yeah, I think you might be right. I mean, I've interacted with him a very small amount, and I've seen him interact with certain people like Simeon Hine and so forth, and he's really come off as a pretty genuine person. So I think there's a really good chance that a lot of this is a misunderstanding. I think it's totally possible.
All I can say is this. The times I've talked to Rick Doty, he's been very pleasant with me.
Yeah. It's really nice guy.
Thank you again, Donnie.
Oh boy, let's put this up for the well, nowhere to go for the funniest thing of the evening. Yeah, that is never. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've learned better. I'm not going to say that. It's never going to happen. I would expect to see Christopher Mellon testify before I would expect to see Elizondo testify.
Christopher Mellon would have more pull.
Yes, and more people would trust him. If Lou got pulled to testify, like people that Lou hadn't seen in years would come out of the woodworks trying to get him off the stand. Can't even imagine.
We're all trying to figure out what's funny here.
What?
We're all trying to figure out what's funny.
Well, I mean, the thing is that Lou being forced to testify would be an absolute nightmare. It would be. I can't even imagine what it would be like. And I just like the whole idea of him, like you. I honestly, I think the government would do absolutely anything to keep that from happening. And so what I find funny about it is for me, funny things are basically things that are statistically very unlikely to happen, essentially. And so rarity, unique things that make me laugh. And also the idea, like the physical idea, like when I imagine Lou like in that seat with all those senators asking him questions, I'm sorry, it's just funny to me because I think it'd be a disaster. I think it would be an absolute disaster. I think it would be. I don't think I don't think that. I don't think that any of the people that would be asking him questions are really at a level where they could really like manipulate him in any way. And so I think it would just be painful. I think it would just be painful for everybody. Painful to watch.
I think he would if given the opportunity, I think he would want to.
Oh, sure. I would think so. I would think so. And it depends on the rules, right? There's different rules for testifying. I mean, there are ways that there are ways, because the thing is that there are ways that they could free him from.
I think that's why he keeps calling for amnesty.
But the challenge is that okay, depending on how everything's written, it's very hard to do amnesty for certain things and not for other things. And so one of the reasons why I think the idea of Elizondo testifying is funny is because I'm imagining like all these different departments all over the government who at some point in the past did some project with Elizondo that no one knows about, that is suddenly going to go into panic mode because they realize that if by some slim chance he gets asked about that program, everything they did is going to be exposed. I mean, like the anxiety that it would cause across, it would be like this cascading like panic that would. I find that funny.
Okay, a few more questions here. Christine is asking, why did Lou leave?
Leave what? Leave
Go
this?
first.
Leave all of this? Or why did he leave the government?
Why did he leave ufology?
Oh. Well, my understanding is because he got tired of it and because he wants to do real work. But yeah, but if she's asking why he left the government, it's because essentially there's a and this is something that people really should try to understand. There is a culture in government, and it's not persistent across everywhere. And I don't know how I feel about it myself. I think I agree with it. I'm not totally sure, but I think I agree with it. And the way it works is this. You cannot go around chain of command. Ever. It does not happen. You don't do it. Ever. And so what that means is that if you have a mission, and if your direct superior is preventing you from completing your mission, your only choice is to resign. That is how you show your anger. That's how you show your frustration. That's how you make your statement. Resignation is the way you do that. And so essentially, Elizondo had to resign because that's how you do it. If your immediate superiors will not support you, but you still have a mission you have to complete, and you can't do it, you can't go above your management. So you resign. That's your only choice.
Also,
that's the culture thing.
Also to that fact, what Elizondo had stated publicly, he left the government because he didn't feel that he was getting enough support to do the job that he felt he needed to do, which is financially. Okay. And at that point, like you said, it is to turn it over. Why did he leave ufology? He's tired. He's tired of the beratements. He's tired of the negative emails. He's tired of the hit squads out there trying to take him down. And it wore more so on his wife and children than it did on him. But he made the family choice. And I mean, he right now is a contractor for the Department of National Defense. Okay, or the Defense Department, whatever you call it. Whatever you call it down there, but that's what he's doing. Let's move on. Patrick, did you hear the Canadian women asking questions? Yes, CTV's reporters have started asking questions regarding this subject.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, look, I mean, and this is the thing that is going to be hard for people, but it's the truth. We've already seen it to a tidbit with New York Times. Like, there's a bunch of things that we all do in this community because the communities needed those services and there was no one else that could do them. But you reach a point eventually where you can now get those types of things done by other groups, right? And so what needs to happen is like you take this congressional hearing, right? There were probably, what would you guess, Dave? 6 or 7 complete full stories that you could just instantly grab from that, right? That you might take months to research, but what I'm saying is like complete things where you could just dive into it. I mean, you just take the nuclear stuff, for example, or you just take the there was just a bunch of things that you could glob onto. And what we need to have happen is, yes, it's great when Christopher Sharp or one of these guys with more writing skill writes something that's really nice. But what's really good is when the people that follow up on those stories are the people that normally follow up on other stories. They're real reporters that report real stuff, right? And they just now want to include that in their mix of information, as opposed to be someone who specifically reports UFO news, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's essentially we should get to a point where like you might still be needed because you're going to be interviewing experiencers, but someone like the role that I'm doing now really should go away because like you shouldn't need specific UFO news anymore. If there is news about UFOs that's critical, it will show up in the normal news,
Well, are you firing yourself or what?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but that's what I hope will happen, right? I mean, it has to become normal, I mean, that's the whole point. It has to become normal.
Let's go. Michael Gutierrez, did Lou drop hints of a shadow government? I never heard him say that, but he does say that this subject is very wound up tightly by people who do not want it out. And it's a very divided subject between most of the politicians out there and even members of the military and alphabet agencies who still want to believe that anything that comes from the sky is demons.
Okay, so we're this thing in the IT world called shadow IT, right? And shadow IT is an idea that's become quite hated, but it's this kind of funny thing that would happen where you would essentially develop certain relationships with certain users and would start allowing them more freedom to make mistakes or to do whatever, right? And so now that wasn't a cabal, right? I mean, certainly a lot of us that were doing it would have lunch together and talk about like how we're going about it, and would laugh about the fact that we're pulling puppet strings and whatever. But we were all doing it because of something that we really liked, that we wanted to see happen, right? And so my point is that I think what a lot of people refer to as the shadow government actually just end up being like lots and lots and lots of subgroups that exist that exist because of personalities and because of shared values and views, and they become these loosely stitched groups that might over time grow to become very influential, like the Collins elite, right? That probably started out as something pretty clubby, just like, what I mean, like something very mellow. So I'm not saying these things don't grow, but I think that in a lot of cases, these things that people refer to as shadow government are really just factions within the government that operate in obscurity. And so you don't really know what their motives are or their goals are. And so, that, I mean, and obviously that's not helpful. It's not great, but it's not inherently evil either, right? Um, um, it wouldn't be inherently evil. So when I say it wouldn't be good, I think it would be tactically bad. I think it would go badly in that I don't think you. I don't think it would really happen. I think that crazy things would happen to keep it from happening. And I think if it did happen, I think that he would. I don't know if he'd be as free to speak as we think he would be. Because you got to realize, like, because of the other stuff he did, like, for example, his emails being deleted. Okay, what was also deleted when those emails were deleted were all the emails that were needed for the court cases involving Guantanamo Bay. Okay, so basically, whoever deleted those emails actually might not have been after the UFO information. They might have been deleting all those emails because they were trying to wipe out all the Gitmo information, and the UFO information got taken with it. It might be they're trying to take out the UFO information and the Gitmo information got taken out with it. But the point I'm trying to make is Lou has been involved in many other programs that were just as high profile as this that we've never heard of. And they each have their own things. And a lot of that could also get exposed if he was put on the stand, right? Like, you don't, yeah, I don't think it would go well. I think it would be a cluster frack.
Final question here before we call it the night. Justin is asking, John, can you elaborate on why you think Elizondo on the stand won't be good?
Well, it's because of the fact that I would be shocked and surprised if he even got onto the stand, and I think it would cause all sorts of nightmares. Two, I think if he did get on the stand, I'm not sure that he would be as free as everyone thinks he would be to talk, because I don't know if he really can be as free as people think, right? And then I don't think we get satisfaction from it, and I don't think that like I said, like if he'd only ever done the UFO program, I'd feel differently, right? But you got to realize this has only been like the last little bit of his career, right? He's done a bunch of other things that are super sensitive, right? And so I just, I don't see how you could do it. I don't see how you could give him amnesty for just this stuff and not have it include everything else. I just it just like logistically, strategically, from a personality mix point of view, I just like, to me it seems, one, incredibly unlikely, and two, if it did happen, okay, it's kind of like in the last Avengers movie, there was a whole thing where like the doctor said like there was only one scenario where things would work out. That's essentially the reality of it, and so it basically, there's probably like 2 or 3 scenarios where it would end up well, and then like the other like 95% of them would end up in clusters, and essentially that's so. It's kind of hard to explain how I think about this stuff. It'd be really helpful for you to all actually watch the most recent remake of the Voltron series, because there was this character in it who could see different timelines, and he was always saying things like, "We should be fine. Wait, are you wearing the orange socks? Okay, good. You're wearing the orange sock. Yeah, we'll be fine, right?" Like he basically knew tells for like certain threads that would end well.
There that would move over.
What was that?
Sorry?
What was that from? Yeah. But yeah. I mean, to me, I think part of my problem is I've spent too much time in bureaucracy and so forth, and so I find things like going badly funny, and so that's why I laugh at. But I don't think Chris Mellon. I think Chris Mellon would do great. But Chris Mellon's trained in that, right? And there's a process, right? I mean, like at one point I had to be press trained, right? I mean, there's a process you go through, right? Elizondo's just not. Elizondo's a field guy, all right? He belongs in the field. He doesn't belong on Capitol Hill.
Good point. It's probably a good place to end it. Fedora John, thank you for a wonderful time. I'm going to go enjoy the weekend where I'll be back on Monday with Allison Yellowknee and her family's Lifetime of E.T. Abduction.
Ooh.
It's going to be a great show. You guys, she's going to blow your mind. Going to blow your mind.
Nice.
Don't forget the Cryptid Huntress tomorrow. Tyler Koala. Talking about journeys into the truth, about disclosure and remote viewing and everything along that line. And then D.A. Roberts on Sunday. Of course, Big Willie's taking the weekend off of After Hours this weekend, but Fedora John, the Grant, Bree, and maybe a little sprinkling of Enzo will be there. Thank you to Donnie times 4, Heidi, Razgriz, Cat Chaser, and Rex for the super chats. Yeah, John.
Just one quick point, because a couple people, I just realized one of the voices you might have been hearing is my daughter has been singing at the other side of the room. So there was a possibility that some of those voices you heard might have been her singing. Just for the people that were hearing voices, so you don't think you're going crazy, because I understand what that's like. So anyway,
and it was beautiful. All right, buddy. Talk to you later.
Take it easy.
And we'll see you.